Okay, hello, good morning. Give me one moment, please and thank you. Oh my god, that's my yawn. Ew. Okay. Let's actually get some Colony Sim tasks built out here. So state tree stuff today. Okay. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, I was in the process of making some changes to the interaction options. Latent interactions, that's right. Yeah, so we're gonna change to using the is interactable as whether interact should be called. I should use a get interaction widget. Although this is like, I don't necessarily need that right now. I probably just need that soon. The return value from interact can be whether or not the interaction is finished. Let's just do that one at first rather than creating like a struct or states or something, which we may need, but let's get started on that stuff. So I already have the interface, and I don't think we actually need to change anything. We're just really going to be doing refactoring. Doing some refactoring. Yay! Okay. And so if I'm changing is interactable to, let me search for is interactable across the whole code base, across the whole noodle base. Yeah, that's the important one right now, and that's already doing what it should. I think. Yeah, because if it's not interactable, we don't do anything with it. Building container is always interactable. Building area. We're just returning their is interactable ones. So really, this chair. Okay, yeah, so really the is interactable doesn't need to change at all. But for the, I know for the interact on the building object, yeah, we're gonna need to overload that here. And right now this means that is interactable false when it doesn't have support or anything like that. It means it's not gonna show up, which is why we would need the widget. Right. Okay. Is that UE4 or 5? It's UE5. UE5. Okay, so let me close other tabs, and I just want to interact here. We need to take a lot of this out. Yeah, we need to take that out. And this out. Oh, but we have two different types of interactions here, huh? We have two different types of interactions. Welcome in, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. It is indeed UE5. Okay, so now I have to think about this because I guess I'm gonna need to like redo a little bit of that. We're gonna have to there's gonna be multiple. We're gonna have to check that multiple times. The interacting character inventory can actually, we don't need that. We don't need that. So this is gonna not show our interaction options at first. Okay, if it's a blueprint, if it's not a blueprint, we're just gonna return false, I guess. Although it should still be interactable at that point. Is construction allowed? And we're changing the interact to see whether or not it's finished. So if it's interactable, if it doesn't have all the required resources, we can return true here. Because that means we're interactable because we can interact. I mean, all these have different actually interaction things here. So actually, let me change the order of this. Let me change that a little bit here. This is getting thorny already. If construction is allowed. Okay, really, let's just get our okay, so if is blueprint. Let's just get these conditions here. It's blueprint and is construction allowed. We are return node. Give me a return node. So that would be, this is one case. So branch here. Return true. If those are true, that's case one. How's the World Gen going? Had to leave early last stream. Oh, we haven't been working on World Gen for some time, but if you're interested in looking at it, we can take a peek. Show it off a little bit. Uh, 345. Let's go 3, 4, 3, 4, 6. Nope. Boring seed. Or is it an ocean seed? We'll get a different one. Yeah, there's a little bit of the world gen though. 346, 347. Also ocean. Hang on, we'll get a seed here in a second. We'll get a seed here in a second. Oh my god, we're getting oceans. We're getting so many ocean seeds. There we go. There's a somewhat interesting seed. Yeah, that is not a bad seed. Oh, we got some red zones. Nice. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one right here. Yeah, so there's a little bit of the procedural terrain going, but I haven't worked on the terrain at all in a while, so. Nor have I worked on the volume for NPC interactions in several streams. I've been working on UI mostly. Now I'm trying to get some colonist tasks working. I guess I'm working on the construction task right now, which I already have like built out and it technically works. It's just a little weird, a little bit. Just acting a little weird. So I've decided that I'm going to change what my interaction interface functions returns mean. Because I need to handle like latent interactions from my like task, from my state tree task. And so I need my like interact function to return whether or not the interaction is finished, not whether or not the interaction was successful. What kind of game are you making or remaking? Looks like a WoW UI. I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural terrain, destructible terrain, AI generated quests. And yeah, take some inspiration from WoW. I'm not remaking WoW just because I have 2 UI things that look like WoW. Why would you need the UI in the first place? Game plays itself. It's a great point, Turning Cog. I'm a little too sleepy this morning to come up with a clever response to that. So we're just gonna let that one sit. Can I even get up these mountains? Probably not. Oh, I can. I need some. There we go. There we go. There we go. Now, oh, we found a way into this zone. It's crazy. Is that nav mesh, I wonder? Probably not. Yeah, no, there's like breaks in the nav mesh. Yeah. Close. Did you have coffee? I can attack you if you're unarmed. I have a coffee right here, yes. We're working on it. We're working on it. Oh my god. So yeah, here's the world, Jin. Here is the world. I really like the big, tall, mountainy zones. Ice Fang Peaks. Frost Peak Mountains. Yeah. Don't these look so frosty? Night's Rest. Duskwither Hollow. I like that name. Blight Spire Chasm. Twilight Spire. Bro, there's a massive cave right here. Only half generated so far. Hey, good morning, everyone. Doing some game dev today. I'm working on an RPG, Colony Sim Roguelite, with procedural destructible terrain. So here's a little small bit of the world generated. We'll also have some LLM AI generated quests, which will be fun. How many concurrent NPCs do you plan to have loaded? Interested to know if you are using a specific tech. Have you looked into state trees and mass entities? I have. I use state trees. Here is one such state tree. I didn't like mass, so I wrote my own ECS system. Because mass was just like really difficult to work with, and it seemed like it didn't really run that well for anything that it wasn't specifically built for. Right now, let's see how many entities I have now. At least 1,300. Yeah, I've got almost 1,400 in the world right now. But I plan to have as many as I can. As many as I can get away with. But I wrote my own ECS system to kind of move everything onto the background threads and not block the game thread. And I rewrote quite a few of the pieces of collision functionality. I have my own like velocity and gravity processor that move them on the ground. Like they don't actually have physics, and they don't actually have collision on them. They're just being like settled on the ground every single frame on the background thread. And then on the game thread, you know, they just update the location. Because right now these are all vertex animated textured. They're all VAT instant static meshes. And then when I get close to them, when I walk up to this guy, when he gets the health bar above his head, he turns into an actor. Yeah, they're a little jittery when they walk up hills, so I need to do a little bit more tinkering on the. I need to do a little bit more tinkering But it's kind of, unless you're looking for it, it's kind of hard to tell that they even change, which is nice. There's like a 1 frame blink. If that wasn't there, I think the lighting might be a little bit different too. But yeah, the animation state is tracked separately from the actor or entity, and so that just lines up perfectly each frame. Or it should. I get like 1 frame where the actor has to like update when they switch from actor to entity. So there is like a bit of a blink, and then the shadows turn on, of course. But well, a little bit more work to do there to make that a bit more smooth. You should make a plugin for that. Ah, there's tons of ECS systems out there. You don't need a plugin for it. The system itself is actually not that difficult to create. It's all the processors that you need to create that are going to be bespoke for your game. The current state of the system wouldn't really be useful for anyone, especially because I'm doing like my own collision systems and stuff. Like the velocity and gravity processor relies on my special terrain traces, because like you can see over here, I have stuff spawned even though there's no terrain there. I have a nav mesh here even though there's no terrain there. And I'm just storing the vertex and index buffer data of the terrain, which is just like it's just all the triangles, right? So it's like, it's all of this data is what it looks like. All these triangles that show up here. I save those. I save all these triangles and I delete the mesh. I delete the mesh entirely, but I save those triangles. And I can store those triangles in a bounding volume hierarchy, which is a type of spatial data structure that allows you to iterate over elements in it very, very efficiently, right? You don't need to iterate over the entire array of triangles and check each one for a line segment intersection. You can just do the ones that are, you know, in a certain location. And so I use that line tracing system to spawn things and to settle the entities on the terrain, so that, you know, when they're out here not rendered and there is no terrain, there'll still be a nav mesh, and 2, they'll be able to settle themselves on where the terrain would be. Also tried mass and it was horrible to use in the current state. Yeah. Yeah, I had 1.5K, not 15K. But I haven't tested what the max is in a while. I've added a lot more features on it, so at one point I got it up to 10K, but I don't think it can handle 10K anymore. I mean, all the pathfinding happens on the background thread, so that doesn't really matter. Like, that's just kind of, it all just happens as it can. And then I also have, I built kind of like an entity LOD system. I call them distance tiers. And so certain processors can opt into using these distance tiers, and they can split off separate background threads for each one. And so what that means is, like, for the ones that are the entities that are like really close, obviously I want those to be processed first. For some processors, they just need to do everything, right? But for some that are like way in the distance, like, I don't need to like tick their state trees like every single fucking frame. You know what I mean? There can be it's a little lossy there. And with pathfinding would be one such thing, which happens in a state tree task. And the state tree task is executed on the background thread, so any pathfinding I do is just by nature in the background thread. So I haven't actually seen like how long does that take if it does a really long one. They typically don't do long ones, but we'll get there eventually and see what happens. But it has no game thread impact. Did you find a small enough LNM to run on the player's machine? I will. We're not there yet, but I will eventually. But yeah, right now combat is my biggest bottleneck. I can only have about 200 entities in combat because a lot of the gameplay ability system needs to happen on the game thread. But don't worry, we'll take care of that. We'll take care of that. I have to go rewrite it again. Oh my god, there's like 3 guys stuck on a rock over here. Did you guys get stuck? Well, it's nice that they didn't fall through the ground. The velocity processor is working. I do need to handle, I need some more logic for these kinds of situations, you know, where they don't, where they're like trying to move, but they're just like, they don't at all. These guys are running around trying to find food. It's still a lot, isn't it? 200 at once? Yeah, that's pretty good. But when you have a world that's this size, like I'm only rendering like this much right now, so if I have a world this size, like there are very likely going to be 200 things in combat, you know? So yeah, I'll need to work on that. Just vibing, yeah. We're vibing. Oh, and here we go. Here we have a invalid pathfind. Yeah, I really need to build from source so I can edit this kind of stuff. This is in the detour nav mesh query, which is the underlying pathfind algorithm. How deep is the combat gonna be? Deep as in depth, I presume, you mean? I hope pretty depthy. I don't know how to like quantify that. I'll just say like I'm going for like kind of a vanilla WoW style combat. Hopefully a little bit more interactive than that though, so not like quite, you know, tab target everything, although you do have the like the homing projectile type abilities and stuff like that. And it's not going to be like Diablo, you know, clear the entire screen with one click of an ability either. You know, there will be AoE abilities, there will be single target abilities, and there will be all these different status effects and talents. I have a couple talent trees already. Different classes. Make sure you have enough disk space when you try to build from source. My source build uses 500 gig. Yeah, I got a 2 terabyte M.2 that I do all my game dev stuff on. So, you got plenty of space on that bad boy. Build from source, it took me an hour because a derp. Oh, because I'm a derp. It should be faster for you. Maybe, we'll see. I haven't done it. I'm trying to just kick that can down the road as far as we can go. So I don't have to deal with like merge conflicts and stuff whenever the new updates come out. But until then, I just have a few kind of annoying assertions that happen that I have to skip through, and then yeah, sometimes the pathfinding queries just fail because there's no validity checks in the pathfinding query. All I need is like an if valid, and then we'll be fine. Yeah, we're gonna work on some Colony Sim tasks today. So here I am in my test level. We're gonna work on construction. So you, would you like to join my colony? Welcome in. Construct that. Okay. What did you do? Hang on. Pause. Where's my visual logger? He did try to. Oh, I didn't finish rewriting it. So yeah, that's gonna be incorrect. What's nice is with my entity system, I also added all of the data to the visual logger, so I can just like pop in here and see like what the colony task is and stuff like that. I've not tried to update that build because it was hard enough. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about. It sounds like work that I don't necessarily need to do right now, so yeah, skip it. Oh, he just went to wander move to. But he still has the construction task. Is he going to try to do that again? Yeah, he did. So what happened there? Okay, what did you do? Why can't it tell me which state failed? Or which task failed? It just says task state completed. It would be nice to know which one failed. Oh my god, see, this is another thing. I could just override the logging for this. All I see is interstate and exit state. I would like to see the result of the tasks as well. That does not show me that, though. And I don't see any logs from the... Okay, so I guess I need to... Yeah, let's add some more logging here. Because I need to like entity vlog everything. Context.entity. Oh my god. I just cut my nails yesterday, so everything feels weird. Get colonist task. Failed, no colony data, sure. It'd also be nice if I could get that to show up on the state tree. That'd be nice. Failed, task already finished. Yeah. That Jippity going hard with the autocompletes today. Song of Storms goes so hard. Ba-da-ba-boo. Failed, we'll say that. Failed task, closest point invalid. Failed. This is still just my interstate. You want the music up? I can turn it up a bit. What's happening here? No points found, increasing radius. Yeah. Failed. No transform data. And honestly, that's fine, I guess. That's fine. Is that all our failure cases there? Okay, I think we've enumerated all of those. And then I guess the interact with object needs to... We do have fails there. Let's just do that one. Do this one too. Failed. No proxy actor data. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we need to change things anyway, so that was never going to be a successful test. And what do we need to change? building base object would be one such thing. Yeah, we were speccing this out, so there's a valid case. Oh, and has, well, it can interact whether or not it has all required resources, right? So it's a blueprint and construction is allowed. Or if it's a blueprint and it does not have all required resources. We can return true there as well. If it is built, or rather, is blueprint, is construction allowed, and has support, I suppose. It would need support. Is blueprint, is construction allowed? Has all required resources. And has support would be the condition. And honestly, you can interact with him at any point. Because there's so many different interaction options. I forget if that like precludes. I mean, honestly, this should maybe just return true all the time. Actually. Now that I'm thinking about this harder. I'm feeling like today's going to be a 2 coffee day. Yeah, I think we just return true here, actually. And then, they're gonna go like construct the building. Yeah, right now they just go to it and interact with it, and then the interaction itself determines what happens. But I'm gonna need different things to happen wherein they apply resources to it. It also needs to be construction allowed is another thing. Then I'll also need to get the yeah, I'll also need to check that. Oh, there's so many conditions, guys. Okay, there's a lot that needs to happen. Turns out there's a lot that needs to happen here. Okay, let me write these down. Construction, interaction, check for is allowed construction, because the player can toggle whether or not they want the colonist to build or not build them. So I need to check that in the select target mode and in whatever thing I come up with to get nearest buildings to construct. I think I want a priority system on construction as well, and that's something that I think RimWorld kind of lacks, which is what I'm doing, which is my big inspiration for the Colony Sim side of this. But construction interaction should handle hauling resources to the construction. Should handle latent construction ability interaction. Should handle, well, it's really two things. Handle fetching resources, which will put the resources in their inventory, and handle fetching resources. Should handle applying resources. Should handle applying resources to building blueprint. And so really this is, maybe I should work on a hauling task first, because that's kind of like the first part of this. Although some of the construction things that I have, maybe I should do tree chopping first. Another thing I wanted to do was just make like a quick command option. So you interact, you can just quick command and just click on anything and it'll go do it if they can. And they'll just do like a one-off task, go and do it once, you know. Which is kind of what I built here. Yeah, I should handle fetching resources. Maybe I should, yeah, maybe I should do the tree chopping first. I thought construction was going to be the easiest, but it's actually, construction is kind of like a multi-part thing. And then what's the logic? The logic can be like, if there are any buildings, let's put a priority building system as well. If there are any buildings that have all resources, go construct those. First. Then, if there are buildings that we can take resources to, take them. But it's like, which one would you want to have? I would think you would want the construction part to happen first. That way you don't like, your guys aren't just like sitting there hauling a bunch of stuff and then constructing, because you might want to have haulers that only haul and constructors that can only construct, you know. So I would think that that would be the order that you would want that to happen in. Now, I would like this to also handle like opportunistic tasks that need to happen in the colony. And so an opportunistic construction, like if he's on the construction task, like an opportunistic version of that could be, you know, if I'm heading out to construct something because it already has all of its building materials that it needs, but I'm next to, you know, the storage, and there are resources in there that need to go nearby this one, then I should take those as well. Hi, what are you doing? We're working on a video game. Just trying to get some thoughts down here about colony interactions, colonist tasks, and stuff like that for construction. Yeah, construction's actually kind of difficult. I thought it would be the easier one, but it's not. It's not. So yeah, maybe I should do tree chopping. But yeah, this is all like... This is all moot now, actually. So they're basically always interactable. They're always interactable. And then the interact function should return whether or not it's completed. Which, given that the construction is latent, there's probably a lot of scenarios that can happen where I would want to stop construction in the middle of it. Like the player setting it to disallowed while the colonist is constructing it, or something along the lines of... First of all, let's do this. A little bit more efficient there. Yeah, I need to write some of that down before I don't think about it again for a while. Cancel. I need to make sure cancel construction ability on player disallow. On player disallow, on support change, which is when like someone might delete something underneath it and it no longer has support anymore. What else can happen? I already have it for when it like gets destroyed and gets constructed. I think once you started constructing it, you still, like, can you cancel it? And I guess, like, on cancel, maybe? I don't know if I have that one. How would you cancel construction? I guess you just delete the blueprint, which would be on destroy. I'll just write on blueprint destroy, just make sure that works. I'm pretty sure that one already works. I'll just enumerate all of them. On finished. On construction finished. And support. Yeah, but the resources is like, to get the resources back, I suppose you would like, because like I put an inventory component on each building when it's a blueprint. Oh shit, and they're gonna be ISMs too. Oh no. I may need a different, we may just use the inventory U object. May just use the inventory U object there. When I change them to, that's gonna be a big refactor. Oh god, I'm not looking forward to that. But getting the resources out of it, I guess you would just cancel, you would just delete the blueprint or something. And then what would happen? Like maybe you just can't delete the blueprint until you have space in your inventory for all the shit that's in it. Maybe that's how that works. Okay, maybe let's at least get this to return the right values. I guess, yeah, if it's not a blueprint, then Yeah, I guess that's the only case, right? Is when it's not interactable, is if it's a blueprint, it is, otherwise it's not. It's like, what are you gonna do on a... And again, this is no longer going to be like, does the UI show up? So I guess for now, for now, this means for now, this is going to be broken. So yeah, maybe I shouldn't do this. We'll just leave that off to the side for now. Okay. So we can return false there because the interaction will be done. Return true here, or false because it's, no, true because it's done. True because it's done. We apply resources. Return false there because we still want to construct it at that point. True because it's done. False because we're constructing. And I think when we go here, when we go here, align the noodles. Yay. Okay, so this is if it's built and I have a construct building tag, then return true. But I don't know, we might miss that actually. This might be an event that we miss because the construction might get, the tag's probably not going to be on there when it's built. When we check. But I guess we return true here if it's not a blueprint, so that condition gets hit, I think. Actually, yeah, I don't even think we need this. I don't think we need that at all. It's going to be an early return. Okay, I guess we can see if that works. It's going to be a little janky still until we get that whole system figured out. Oh god, okay. What, he tried? What's your deal? Why did you stop? I guess, am I returning failed here? No, I'm not. Let me return running. And what was this? He moved too much. Okay. What did you do? Okay. Interact unfinished. I guess the problem is he's gonna move to a new point every time, right? I think. Well, the get colonist task, no, that only happens on interstate. So I don't think that gets executed. So yeah, he interacted there. I should log what the current state, or the current state is that, but I named that wrong. I need the task. The current task would be useful. Are we actually executing it here? Well, he's moving, so that's gonna like fuck up. That probably canceled. Yeah, we canceled the gameplay thing. Yeah. So he didn't stop moving. So do I have the, I have a little function that'll do that. I guess he's trying to interact with it while he's still moving. Is the problem. Oh, I really wish I had subtrees. I really wish I could use subtrees without it crashing. I would do that right now. Yeah, because we should wait for, yeah, maybe let's just try and split these out. So we'll need, get 3 states here. One will be get colonist task, move to task. We'll just call it get task, move to task, interact with task. Now the problem becomes when they need to do something while moving. When would that happen? Because then these two things would need to happen at the same time. What would they need to do while moving? Maybe like tending someone? I don't know. What's going on, man? Not much. Just doing some game dev, working on some state tree stuff, entity, colony sim, task, related things. Where are the tasks? Oh, I have to like add it. Oh, this is so annoying. Oxy. Yo. Get actor transform was not what I wanted. Let me see here. What did we want? Get colonist task. Get colonist task. And then we want entity find path. Entity find path. Move to on those two, and then interact. You have them log trees and stuff? Yeah. So that might be, I'm gonna try and get this sorted out, then that might be what I switch to there. Wait. Find path. Did I copy the wrong one there? I think I might have copied the wrong one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so delete all of these. Well, make sure they're wired up correctly. Is that actually... You can actually, wait, so you can actually bind to sibling. Oh, but it's doing this one, isn't it? Yeah, it's doing the parent one. So I need like a parameter for like, I hate how you have to like do it like this. It makes it so tedious. Move to location. Should be colony tasks. Hey, where is colony tasks? So you can't even bind it to a parent? Oh, there we go. There it is. Okay. In path, yeah, get that bound probably to the wrong one. Almost has to move to location. I suppose the get colonist task, let's just do this. Let's delete, we can keep that on the root, that's fine. Just delete the rest of these. Delete, delete. Okay, does this actually work now? I don't know if the tick state tree will do it for the subtasks. You went to 0, 0, 0. Okay. Yeah, the move to location didn't, we can delete that now. We're just gonna run the get colonist task, which has the move to location. Move to location. Okay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, the move to task never completes. Why is he spinning around? I guess he's like right on top of the move to target, so he doesn't know how to handle that, does he? Doesn't know how to handle that, does he? Yeah, we need to return succeeded. So we move on to the next one. Oh yeah, when this succeeds, it just goes to root as well, so we need to change the transitions. Yeah, honestly, when that finishes, just go to root. When this finishes, let's like specifically go to interact. Otherwise, on state failed, you can just, yeah, go to root on failed. Well, no, on failed, we're just gonna let the parent take care of it. Yeah, so parent will go to the next selectable state, yeah. Well, no, but we might want to retry, right? Only if this one fails do we go to the, if we have a task, we want to go to root. That way we retry, yeah. Looks so silly. The move to, wait, do I even have that returning as succeeded? I thought I just changed that. Okay, return succeeded. Why haven't you succeeded? There's the path he got. Why aren't you succeeding? That's the question. Oh, do I need to tick it maybe? Well, no, you are like ticking, I think. Let me just add a tick there and see what happens. Tick that every, yeah, we'll just tick that every half second, is fine. Yeah, so it doesn't seem to make a difference. He's still just stuck on the move to. It re-triggers for some reason. But like it's not and I don't have like continuous move pathfind on, do I? No. So it should only find the path once. Done with current move is false. He's not within the acceptance radius? He's not? And why are you not within? Why are you not within the acceptance radius? What is the acceptance radius? Oh, the acceptance radius is fucking 0. Yeah, no wonder. No wonder. Why is that 0? Oh, probably because we copied it over. Get colonist task is acceptance radius. What do I set that to? Yeah, no wonder. Yeah, that needs to be set by default. Setting it to the bounds. Should I just default that in the struct, or should I set that to something? Let's just default that there. I will need to rebuild, which is annoying. Okay, I'm gonna go make another coffee. It's a 2 coffee kind of day. Woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, so I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna make some more coffee. Okay, I'm back with coffee. Okay. Okie dokie then. So now he's got some acceptance radius. Now he won't freak the fuck out. No, I don't want to build it. Okay, he's still freaking the fuck out. Why are you freaking out? Are you still on move to task? Great. Great. The acceptance radius is still 0. Why, wait, what? Why did that get set to 0? I guess I should I guess I should just set it here. I don't know. I don't know. But we'll need to like restart the task. Go ahead and end that now. I can't. We can't. We have to wait. Let's restart that. Find my colony. Do construct. He went over there for like 1 second. Was like, I'm done. Okay, let's do that again, but actually have the visual logger running as I'm supposed to. He interacted for 1 frame. And he was done. It was unfinished. You should be... It didn't fail, so it should have returned running. So it shouldn't have moved to the next state. Oh, return status. So it returned failed there. So that was our issue. We will get him to construct something today. That is my promise. Hey, you. Oh, he did it. Good job. Okay, I think you're still trying to construct it. No, actually, wait, what? Oh yeah, he never finished the task, did he? Yeah, we never marked it as finished. So he's gonna sit here and he's gonna keep trying to interact with this. Did it ever actually? I don't know that the task ever returned. I don't know that it ever returned. What is this? I have an entity subsystem. Okay. Yeah, run that. Thank you. Go. Okay, we're never getting there. Hello? There we go. If it has dispatch interaction, return status is still running. Because we're not calling this again. Oh, we're not repeatedly calling it. Right, so we call it once. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, this is going to be, I need to make a function here for F, interact with object. We'll just call it interact. That will need context. Okay. So if we have dispatched the interaction, we need to also set it to false then. Well, maybe that's what we should do instead, so then that goes through the whole process again, right? Yeah. I mean, I kind of like this as a function, though. A little cleaner, right? A little cleaner. Although we have to like re-get all this information, which is kind of yucky. I don't know, I feel like this is probably just more efficient. Okay, go back to basics. Okay, so we get here. If we need to set dispatched action. Maybe this needs to be like because I was thinking of just doing a one and done interact here, but maybe this should be like B is interaction ending. Yeah, I think that's probably the better name for it. Let's set it to false here at the end. Whoa. Yeah, right there. Okay, so at the end. Wait, am I dumb? Where does the execute interact happen at? Oh, that's the interact with PCG point. I was looking at the wrong one. So at the end we can do false. And that way we're not just kicking off multiple interacts all the time. That's why I'm doing that. Interaction pending. B is interaction pending. Just return stat. Okay, yeah. But we will need to rebuild from that. Sullivan, welcome in. I just installed you. I'm thinking of doing a course. Any recommendations? Yeah, I'm not a course guy. I've never paid for knowledge, to be honest with you, in any way. I dropped out of college, so I'm kind of like a self-taught, kind of just figure it out as I go kind of person, so I don't really have any recommendations for courses or tutorials or anything like that, because I don't do them. If I do find a tutorial, I use whatever, I find the one piece of information that I need for whatever I'm looking for, and then I stop. Which is why I hate videos, because I can't search for the information I need. Yeah, no help there. Sorry about that. The way I learn is by, you know, I come up with a project and then I search for the individual, like, things that I'm trying to come up with. Yeah, we can get rid of these. He built it. Okay. What is he doing? He's stuck. It is saying finished. Wait, it is saying finished. So are we returning success now? Yeah, we returned succeeded. Why are we not transitioning out of the state then? Oh, that's only if it's pending. Okay. Succeeded, failed. Okay. I get it now. I get it. Yeah, we're stuck. So I guess maybe this should be... If we can, I think we can just use this return status instead of having a Boolean. Yeah, running. It's not equal to running. Do return status. And then if it hasn't... no, we need both. We need both. If it hasn't if we don't have an interaction pending. If we have an interaction pending, we can return running as well. Okay. Okay, so I didn't need to rebuild there, but fuck it. We'll do it anyway. Okay. It's so laggy. Okay, where are we at? Where are we at, buddy? He's still stuck on the interact with task. Okay, let's see what we're doing. Return status is succeeded. So we should be returning, correct? Correct. So why are we just going... Oh yeah, he's just doing it over and over again. Gotcha. Oh yeah, it's super. I bet there's like so many debug points stacked on that. Okay, so when we succeed though, we need to... How would I set the colonist task from here? The colonist task... I guess when we get in here... God, I guess I need like really specific logic for this, right? Should I have really specific logic for like going in here and checking if the target actor is built yet? I'm trying to think of how I would want this to work. Cause I'm thinking about situations where I could run this every frame, right? On tick rather than just on interstate. And then it would check if it's completed every time it runs. And that would be good for like if they're going to construct something and someone else is constructing it, because multiple people can construct the same thing is how I'm going to do it. But if someone else finishes it, that would it would change the task to finish. So that would handle that scenario, which would be nice. Do I want multiple people to be able to construct a thing? Oh, that's gonna have considerations for like botching the construction and stuff like that. Rito, welcome in. Hello. Oh man. Maybe I should just check if the task target actor is interactable. If the task target actor is not interactable, then it's complete. That would work within the current framework that I have with my interaction system. I guess that just starts to get really confusing or like difficult to follow because it's all so generic. Because that would mean it's so fucking laggy. Let's just go ahead and stop that. That would mean is interactable. I need to do that change. Now I could write specific completion logic for each task type. I should have I have the current task. I have the task type. I could say, hey, if construction, here's the completion logic. And that would be very easy that would be easier to follow for, you know, when I come back in and read this. Or whatever godforsaken soul has to read this code. That's not me. But I do still want to do that interaction system change. And I think with what I'm planning, that would just match up with the desired functionality that I'm thinking of. But I just don't know, is that going to work for every... Is that going to work for every every task type? That's the thing. I can't possibly think of this, right? Man, maybe I just need to spend some time speccing out all of the capabilities that I want in technical detail. I really just wanted to get some rudimentary versions of these going and use that to inform me moving forward, but I feel like I'm already getting to the point where I just need to think about it harder. I need to think about it harder. Okay, so I think the interaction system small update has increased in priority. And I guess the... Can I return a string ref? Do you have a repo for this that I can look at? No, I am not open sourcing my game. If you have questions about a specific system, though, I'm happy to go over it. Yeah, you can take all the screenshots you want, but no, I'm not going to open source the repo. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should maybe... So this is like the main interaction text that shows up, and then there are subtext options, get other interaction options. Yeah, and I was going to change this to a get interaction text widget. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so I promised you that he would construct that building, and I fulfilled that promise. I need to... Below interaction text slot. Which is a interaction text box option. Oh, man. Let me think. What do I want to do here? I'm gonna need to go into everything that is interactable and like make sure that whenever I refactor, well, maybe I should keep both around. Maybe we should just keep both around for a time. Yeah. Get interaction text option. View user widget. My game dev? This is just hobby stuff. Just free time programming. I'm a software engineer for my day job. I'm actually gonna switch you down there. Get display name. Yeah, I want to reorder these a little bit. Yeah, okay, so we're going to keep these both around for a hot second so that I can use them to refer to each other. That's a weird control click functionality there. But all right. I guess I kind of also want to change this from a function to an event. Wait, end interaction. I thought that was an event already. Let me look here. Oh, is it because I did monster or something? No? Okay. Where's my character? Here we are. Event end interaction. From interaction interface. Wait, why is interact a function, but this is an event? They are both marked as blueprint. They're all blueprint native events. I am confused. I kind of want these all to be events so that they can be like grouped together. Although, do I actually wait? Yeah, why is this one showing up as an what? What? Wait, can I choose? Hang on. First of all, I don't need both of those. Because the cast will just fail if it's null, so we don't need that. Said in another stream that the UI work in UE is really bad. Do you use the common UI plugin? No. I just hate blueprints. Which is like a lot of... UI requires a lot of blueprints. So I think that's the pain part for me. Now, I don't think it's necessarily the UI. Gladius, return type? Oh, I think you're right. You're right. Yeah, because this is void. Yeah, that. Yeah, now that I wasn't actually looking at it, because yeah, that doesn't really make sense for an event to return something. Okay. Yeah, so maybe these should all be functions then. Good eye. Good eye, mate. Yeah, so maybe I should change all of these to blueprint implementable event, right? Because then that makes them all functions. Denik, welcome in. Good morning. You're coding in the job and you're coding in your free time. Aren't you bored? No, coding is not boring. It's not boring during the job and it's not boring during the free time. I love doing game dev. This is fun for me. This is how I spend my free time. Yeah, it's not as fun at the job, but I would not call it boring. I would call it stressful and unfun, but it is not boring. What are you talking about? I was trying to figure out why some of my interface blueprint native events were showing up as events and why some were functions. And Gladius was like the return type. Yeah, that's obvious now. Now that I see it that way, yeah, that's why. Then I was also mentioning how I hate working in blueprints. I just find it so hard to organize. And then it's also the navigation between blueprints is really bad in the editor. And I just find it so much easier to navigate around in code. And like with blueprints, you have to switch between keyboard and mouse all the time. When you're writing code, you can just stay on your keyboard for most of it, right? So that makes it like very nice. Which languages do you know or already work? That's a long list. That's a long list. I have worked with most of them. I'll just say that in some capacity, some more than others. I'll say I haven't worked in, if you're stuck, why not use AI? I am not stuck. And nor would AI be good at blueprints. I'll say I have not worked with like base C. I have not worked with Rust. I have not worked with like fucking Perl or Clojure or fucking what else haven't I worked with? Ruby, I haven't worked with Ruby. If you want them as a function, you can right-click the event and convert to function. I don't think that works in C++. they're all created in C++. But yeah, if they were blueprint only, I could do that. But they all show up as functions except for this one and this one. So, and it's because of the return type, I guess. And so I was like, well, I should probably just make them all functions then and make them the implementable event. But I don't know, like that probably fucks with everything that I have here. Yeah, it can't do it because it's non-interface events can be converted to functions, and that's probably because of even if they were non-interface functions or events, I don't think they could do that because it would have to change the source code. I don't think the editor can change my source code. But I don't think that works. This is Unreal Engine Durgish. Noob Codev? No, Noob Coder. Hello, welcome in. Yeah, so I want to refactor this, but I also don't want to fuck everything up at the same time. I should probably create old and new versions. I think I could probably change most of these to implementable event. Maybe let's just look at what is like my least used one? That one, but I just created that. So hang on, we're gonna rebuild. Let's rebuild. I'll change this one and see what happens. I'll throw some garbage code in there, some garbage blueprint noodles in there, and see what happens. We'll get an idea for how this can be refactored. I may need to like save all the code and shit. I'm also a Java developer too. I'm also a Java developer. Well, this is not Java, first of all, but that's cool. User experience, don't understand a thing you're writing. Yeah, this is C++. This is Unreal Engine C++. It's really that mad at that? Don't know exactly what you want to achieve, but if it's cleaning things and make related event together, you could create a new event graph to just put you could create a new event graph just to put the interface event. I mean, I assume you're just commenting on the organization. Like, yeah, you can create multiple event graphs. It's not necessarily the problem is I have all these interface things defined in C++. That's what we're looking at here on this side for interaction stuff, and I want to change them from native events to implementable events. I don't know what's going to happen when I do that. I don't know what's going to happen, and I think I'm going to lose. What is happening right now? Why does it keep switching back? Okay. Whatever. Okay, so let's go to my character here, and let's, I guess I have to do this, don't I? Okay, so wait, no, so this is already one. Well, I can check here. Let's do like throw some garbage code in here that compiles. Is this valid? Print string, you know, fucking append. Bingo. Yeah. Return some widget. Okay, we return the HUD, the entire HUD. Okay, so compile, save that. I'll just click play to make sure that does things. Okay, so now let's change this one that I'm not using anywhere else to a blueprint implementable event. Now I forget if I need I need to create a Can you please auto create it for me? Wait, do I need to create the base function for this? Or no? I guess we'll see when I recompile. Okay, so let's see if that code sticks around. Can you please give us a demo of whatever you built so far so that we could understand what you're doing? I can show off the game, but that's not going to help you understand what I'm doing anymore. What I'm doing right here is quite different from the rest of the game. But yeah, I can show it off. Give me a sec. Yeah, so I'm working on an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite with procedural destructible terrain and AI-generated quests. What I've been talking about here is just my interaction interface, which is used for different things in a lot of different things in the game now, actually. So, yeah, I'll show it off here in a second, though. Once I changed one interface and I had to rebuild like 25 things, so that's awesome. I need to do like a forward declaration audit of my code base. Okay, so here's the procedural terrain. This is my procedural terrain algorithm. I've got a height map compute shader, I've got a 3D noise compute shader for the caves, and then I've got a custom marching cubes compute shader that stitches them together. And I've got like a map with a generated world map procedurally, with different biomes and stuff like that. So here's the world map. Got all these different zones and biomes. This is Frost Peak Mountains, this is Icefang Peaks, Knight's Rest, Emberglow Basin, Broken Bridge, Lightspire Chasm, Duskwither Hollow, Deepwater Bay, Obsidian Rift. So here's the world. I've got dynamic tree chopping. So it turns the trees into dynamic meshes and deforms them wherever the axe connects at, rather than having like pre-configured meshes to do so. And then when you cut all the way through them, they'll fall, and you'll get some wood in your inventory. RPG Colony Sim in third person reminds me of the game Medieval Dynasty. Yep. Did you play it and you take some inspiration from it? No, I have had this idea since before that game came out. I just, I have not played it. It's on my wish list and it's been there for quite some time. I'm more so inspired by a combination. I'll pick 3 games as my main inspiration, and that's Vanilla WoW in terms of combat and class design, abilities, talents, multiple classes, that kind of thing. And so Vanilla WoW for the RPG side of things, and then RimWorld for the Colony Sim side of things. And so I've always wanted, whenever I play RimWorld, I've always wanted to be down in the colony with the colonists, you know, being a colonist myself. So that's kind of where that idea came from. I'm like, playing RimWorld, I'm like, well, I would love if my pawns had classes, right? If they could be a mage or a warrior or a thief, and I could choose their abilities and build out their kits, you know what I mean? Equip them like fantasy RPG related gear. So that's kind of where the idea came from. And then I was playing WoW, hardcore WoW, back when the community was doing that, before the official hardcore servers and everything. And it was kind of my first hardcore experience, I'll say. I guess I did a little bit of Diablo 3 hardcore, but like playing Vanilla WoW hardcore is like such a different experience from playing it regularly. And it gave me the idea of like, I want to do a long form roguelite. Because in a lot of roguelite games, they focus on smaller cycles, like a smaller run, like 30 minutes to an hour maybe. And I wanted to experiment with like something closer to like a hardcore game mode where it takes a long time, and if you die you start over, but with that little bit of meta progression that happens in a roguelite. And so what that'll mean for this game is like, as you level up every few levels, you can pick from maybe a set of 3 random abilities that are specific to your class, and you'll have to build out your build. You'll have to, you know, build out your build as you level up, and then you'll have to pick talents that'll complement the abilities that you've gotten. I'm thinking you can go around in the world and quest, and maybe there's going to be some class quests to unlock certain abilities in the pool for you to choose from. Like the farther you progress, right? So that's how the roguelite will mix with that. And then when you die, you start over at level 1. Now, your colony will not start over. That will keep going. So you can kind of, if you set up your colony well enough, you can use it as a way to kind of boost yourself a little bit. Like if you have some good crafters or a good blacksmith or something like that, or an enchanter maybe, I don't know. You can use them to like make you some gear, some better gear than you would have had if you didn't have them. And so that can kind of help you get back on your feet faster when you restart. But, you know, you'll need to make sure your colony is well set up and defended, because it might get attacked while you're dead or something, or when you're too low of a level, right? So that's how I'm planning to mix the roguelite in there. But yeah, a lot of design decisions to be made therein that I haven't done yet. So I haven't really done any of the roguelite systems yet. We do have a little bit of combat. Ow. Ow. So yeah, I've repurposed a few of the WoW sounds and animations. There we go, level 2. Oh, and a little cave here. Eventually I'll get some ore down there. As a colonist. So yeah, that's the game a little bit, but that explains nothing about what I'm working on right now, which is just the interaction related things with the colonists, like providing them tasks and stuff like that. But let's see what happened to that. Okay, so the interaction text option stayed there. Okay, that's good. That's good to know. So I think most of these I can switch over pretty easily. I guess it's just like the end interaction and stuff. I guess refresh interaction might be the easiest one, because I don't think I'm actually implementing that very many places. After watching through my code, if you want to have an interface function that has a no return value be actually represented as a function, Dinik, it's different in C++. I think you're focusing only on the blueprint side of things, which is not going to work for what I have. So I can just change them. You change them from blueprint native events here to blueprint implementable events. Like, I know how to do it. That's not the issue. The issue is that I'm worried about the code. And I don't know how Blueprints handles that when they're created in C++. Like, I don't know if it, and that's what I just tested right here. Was going to like this, I put this in here and then I changed it and it was fine. Now I need to find out what happens when there's one declared as an event. What is going to happen to this code right here when I change it to a function from C++, which is different from if they were declared in blueprints only. So I am going to change that here, and we're going to see what happens, because I'm pretty sure this is the only place that I do it at, that I actually Refresh interaction. Refresh interaction options. Yeah, so that's the only event graph I see on. Okay, so really I only need, just remember to interacting with, update the interact widgets. That's all we need to do. So let's rebuild that and see what happens to that code. Now it's an implementable event. I guess the rest of them I could have switched over, but we're just testing it bit by bit here. And I guess that needs to rebuild several things. Are you talking about if the function is represented as event or function in BP, or what BP events C++ actually are called if you use neither? Neither. It'll just prevent you from having default behavior. Yeah, I just tried to say what I was trying to do. I just need to check what happens when I change these over. Do I keep the code or do I not? What happens to the code when I change these over? That's all I'm trying to figure out right now. Okay, so that stayed there. And so if I override refresh, if I delete it, so wait a second. What is the fucking difference between these? I thought the difference was whether it showed up as... I mean, I did understand the default. I thought you could apply defaults to both, but you just didn't get C++ inheritance from one. Like, you could do a default, but you couldn't do inheritance. I thought one was a function and one was an event. What is actually the fucking difference between these? I need to read about it now. U function, what? Ramp properties? What do you call these things? Can I get the full list here? Dark Pixel, thank you for the follow. Function specifiers, okay. The function can be implemented in a blueprint or level blueprint graph. Blueprint native event. This function is designed to be overridden by a blueprint, but also has a default native implementation. Declares an additional function name. Why are these two separate fucking things? Why are these two? These don't need to be two separate things. So that's literally the only difference. I thought you could make one for blueprint implementable event though. I thought it was possible. I feel like I'd done that before. Maybe not. Okay, so yeah, literally the only difference is... Okay, I thought one was an event and one was a function in blueprints. I thought that was the difference. Because this... Like... Am I the only one that thinks this is stupid? It's the same thing, except native event can have an underscore implementation to it. Which is like a default, which is inheritance, a default implementation. Just if you don't want the default implementation, just don't do it. Why do we need two different specifiers for that? So yeah, I guess now I get what you were saying with the meta tag, whereas force as function. But that's also a stupid thing. Like, why don't they show up consistently? Because that just caused a lot of confusion for me. I guess I was making a lot of assumptions. But yeah, that's why not just make them all show up as functions, right? And then, because like now they don't have consistent functionality to them. Sometimes they show up as functions, sometimes they show up as events. You know, it's not immediately clear as to why. Now that I know why, it makes sense, but why not just have them all be functions by default? And then if you want them to be an event, you can specify that. And then also only have one of these specifiers. Like, that's so annoying. Am I making sense in saying that? That the way that they have set this up is really confusing and not necessary at all. Implementable event are used as hook for BP dev. I mean, either one can be used as a hook for blueprint devs, right? It doesn't matter if it's a native event or an implementable event. They show up the same in blueprints. One just has a default implementation, which, you know, like all functions in blueprints already can have that. So that's already something blueprint developers need to consider. Like, you're not saving them any real overhead by making these separate things. It doesn't matter on the team size. Like, I find this to be very unnecessary and confusing. Like, literally the only reason for these two is if you, like, want to be explicit that there is no parent function. But that's already something that's, like, not clear in regular blueprint functions, right? If you use a blueprint native event, which has a required C++ base functionality, and you hand that off to a designer, you need to make sure that they call the parent function in blueprints, because parent call the blueprint event actually call. Yeah, I understand that, but functions, like, can you override functions? And maybe I'm not understand. Maybe I just don't understand blueprints very well. I thought you could do the same thing with just overriding a function, but now that I'm thinking about it, maybe you can't. Maybe you can't just do a regular function, but regardless, like, it's still not, at least to me. I mean, yeah, probably to someone who works in blueprints more. But like, if I do refresh interaction, which is refresh interaction, where's that? That's a blueprint implementable event, so that has no parent, and I compare that to what's the other one? End interaction. Those don't look any different to me. Like, I can add a call to, I mean, it's not, it doesn't even do anything differently in blueprints. So I can't even tell by looking at it if it has a parent or not. So now it's even extra bad, because now I feel like the point of being explicit about whether or not it has default functionality in C++ is lost to the person that needs to know about it. So now I extra think. Now I'm doubling down on this. This is really fucking stupid, actually. The way they've done this is really fucking stupid. The one benefit that this provided doesn't even show up in blueprints. The one very slight small benefit doesn't even show in blueprints. And so we've added all this confusion and we've added this confusion and subjectivity that is not clear because you can't fucking see it. I would have thought that you just couldn't add the parent function call, but you can. So what's the fucking point? There's no point now. I think it makes the generated code smaller too, since we don't need the generic boilerplate to link to C++ function overrideability to BPVM. I mean, that's tiny code though. There's no way that that's very much code. And like, if you wanna talk about like boilerplate optimization, there are much lower hanging fruits in Unreal Engine than fucking creating 2 goddamn function specifiers that literally do the same thing. Like, you could just do this one. Just do this one. We only need one. It doesn't show up any different. Well, you need the parent nodes for both types. I mean, I understand that you can probably, in a subclass, you know, call the parent event from a blueprint subclass. But, like, just fucking check. Just fucking check here. And remove this if it has a parent or not, you know? If it has a C++ parent, remove it. And then at least we get some benefit from having higher complexity, which I don't even think is a very good benefit. I don't think this... I'm sorry, I'm just like complaining about this because I was wrong. I do think that this, like, you don't need these two. You don't need 2 of these. Just do 1. Because my brain, I guess, when I saw these, I feel like I've looked them up before and maybe I've just forgotten. Because I definitely have seen this screen before. Because I have been confused on what the difference is. But for some reason, my brain was like, oh, it has to be different because sometimes they show up over here, sometimes they show up here. And I was like, oh, that's the difference, right? But no, it's fucking not. I wish I could remake blueprints, like just the entire system. Do you guys get what I'm saying here at all, or am I not making sense? I feel like I might not be making sense as to why this is important. And also, sometimes you may not want to call the parent functionality sometimes, right? Which I do have scenarios like that. Middle, are you just joining in? Let me explain myself. Let me explain myself. Blueprints are bad architecture. They're adding complexity for like literally the tiniest amount of... I don't even think these give you any benefit. I don't think this gives you any benefit anymore. Now that I know that you can still like, it's not even clear. Like, you literally still have to communicate to the blueprint designer, hey, you need to call the parent function, which you would need to fucking do anyway if there was only one. So just have one. It doesn't even communicate itself, which is what I thought the benefit was going to be. There is 0 benefit to having 2 of those. 0. And you don't agree with me. So what I sell me on the benefit of having 2 of these, because I could have seen at least some argument when it's like, okay, this has a base, you know, this has a default implementation. This one doesn't. Okay, fair. Now the blueprint designer knows just by nature of the interface if they need to call the parent or not. But you can't even tell. You can't even tell from the perspective of the blueprint. I wish BP was a simple scripting language like Lua or Verse and UEFN. I mean, I do like having like visual scripting. There's so many, it's really hard to organize and navigate effectively. is like the biggest thing for me. But I do like having the option for visual interface. So yeah, I mean, I don't get anymore what is the benefit of having two of these. Because I thought at least it would tell you that there's no parent function on one of them. But it doesn't. So what's the benefit? Like, you still have to... The C++ coder... I mean, I get that one has native code and the other doesn't, middle, but it doesn't tell you that. You have no idea looking at these. Refresh interaction, interface event, target is interaction interface. It says the same thing here, and they're different. One is implementable, one is native. They both have... You can both add calls to parent functions on each of them. So the C++ coder still has to tell the BP guy, hey, there's default functionality here. You need to make sure you call that. But Dinnick, how do they know that? You still have to communicate that to them. I would agree with you if this said somehow, if you couldn't add a call to a parent function, I would agree with you. Okay, there is some benefit to it. But it doesn't. They don't explain, unless there's somewhere I'm not seeing. From what I'm seeing, I can't find anywhere where it says one has default. So tell me in blueprints where it says that one has default functionality, one doesn't. I guess let's do that. Can we move on to getting some work done? No, I'm trying to prove a point, damn it. I was wrong. I was wrong about this, and it's bad because of that. I pirate software yet? I do feel strongly about this, though. Unless there's some place in blueprints that I don't know about that says whether or not they have a default implementation. Because from everything that I can see, you would have to either look in C++, which, if you're looking in C++, just check for the default implementation. You don't need two different specifiers. You know what I mean? Like this one and this one. One is a blueprint implementable event, one is a blueprint native event. They look the exact same, they function the exact same. Double-click parent node, it will bring you to parent implementation. Neither of them do that. It is trying to read C++ symbols. I guess because there's not default implementation, but here's the thing, Gladius. I just kind of proved my point in that it would go there if it had one. So you still don't need two specifiers. Because if you don't have one, it doesn't go there. So you still only need one specifier. So that just kind of further proved my point. I gotta find out if there's anyone else that thinks this. Why the hell are blueprint implementable events and blueprint native event different things? From my perspective, there should only be... And also, the naming convention isn't even fucking clear. The blueprint native event sounds like it is native to blueprints. That makes it sound... They're named backwards, too. Dude, I am getting so worked up right now. They're named backwards. That is not what native means. Blueprint native event sounds like its implementation is native to blueprints. Blueprint implementable events. Sounds like you have the option to make it implementable in blueprints. Native is C++ code. Where else is that name? Where else does native? It says blueprint native. That's the thing. Have I converted anyone yet? Have I converted anyone to thinking that these are useless? Having two different ones of these? Like, we should only have this one. And it should just say blueprint event. And that I'm gonna die on this hill because I have seen zero benefit. No one has told me any benefits. The only benefit would be, is there somewhere that tells you that it has a default implementation or not that is different from the other one? That is different between blueprint implementable event and native event. Please no. Why? Like, there's no reason why. Because like, if the benefit you're thinking of is like, well, I can go here and I can look at whether, you know, I can go to C++ and look if there's at this thing and see if there's a base functionality to it. Like, well, you can just control click on one, right? You can just control click on it. You can just go to the other file. And just go to the seat. Like, it's not, you're not losing any information by getting rid of implementable event. But that does solidify that I'm never using blueprint implementable events. That solidifies that choice. Now, do I want these all to be forced as functions, I guess is my next question. That was my goal. That was my goal. I need the lore behind how this option was developed now. Yeah, I kind of do too. I kind of feel like it seems like kind of a legacy thing to me. Like, it seems like this was the first one where it was like, oh yeah, only implementation can be done in blueprints, but you can call it from C++. That means you'll need empty implementation methods every time or it will compile. Oh God, the horror of writing an empty method. Odd, thank you for coming here. Have you listened to the whole rant? Have you been here the whole time? I need someone who is a coder to come in here and agree with me so I feel validated. Also, hi, this is hilarious. So Odd, what is the benefit between having these two? I get that one has default implementation and one doesn't. But that is not shown anywhere in blueprints. Even when you double click on the node, because these are the two different versions, by the way, they show up the exact same. Refresh interaction is an implementable event. End interaction is a native event. They look the exact same. Nothing on them says that they are one or the other. You can add a parent call to both of them, despite one of them not having parent functionality. When you double click on it, if it doesn't have a default implementation, it doesn't go to C++. So there is zero reason to have it other than to cause confusion for people who are new to Unreal Engine, which seems to be the case for most of Unreal Engine's boilerplate. But yeah, I think this was probably the first one developed, and then it was written in some way where it was tightly coupled with like a lot of people's workflow or something, and they couldn't deprecate it without breaking people, so they made a new one. I was like, okay, yeah, you can also provide base C++ functionality. And even if one like produces less boilerplate than the other, like C++ has macros. You can strip code, and the engine uses them all the time. You can strip code from the build. So if there is no default implementation, like, you don't have to fucking do anything. Bike shedding is strong. Wait, what does that term mean? Bike shedding, known as the law of triviality, describes a tendency for people to focus on minor, easily understood issues while neglecting more important, complex ones. Oglethorpe, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for listening to my rant here. We've been ranting for about a half hour, I suppose. Yeah, I think they were developed at different times. That's the only explanation. Wait till Mydrong learns about sealed event. Oh god, am I about to get even more upset? Okay, this has a purpose. That actually has a purpose. For non-event functions, declare them as static or final to seal them. I mean, my only question would be like, why can't you just always use static or final, right? Like, why can't we just use the built-in C++ things? But yeah, this has a purpose, right? This has a purpose. You heading out? I need to convert one of you guys, though. That's my purpose now. This does have a purpose, though. This one's fine. I'm not mad at that one. That one has a purpose. This has no purpose here. This has no purpose. Why I prefer blue... Oh my god, okay. Alright, here we go. We're going to war. Why they prefer they prefer the stupid one. They prefer the stupider one. Will you continue working on I agree? I mean, odd. Literally the only difference is the default function in C++. That's it. And like, unless someone has, like, I keep asking, like, is there somewhere where it tells you in blueprints the difference? Because I don't see one. I don't see it here. They say the same exact thing, even though these are different. They both can do parents. I can click over here. I get no information. No information. Graph is not editable. I can look down here. Doesn't tell me anything about the functions or anything. So you can't convince me. You can't convince me that there's any purpose for the other, for this one. Dude, I knew you could still do it with both. I knew you could do it with both. You could still create default functionality with both. Now, oh my god, now. There is a well-used paradigm in the engine for creating blueprint implementable event functions that do have base C++ behavior. Now it's, you guys are unequivocally wrong. There does not need to be two of these. Because you can still fucking do default functionality. I feel so justified now. But let's read why this guy still let's see why this guy still prefers one over the other, if you can do the same fucking thing. Blueprints can easily forget to call parent C++. Unless you're using Blueprint Assist, which I guess is some plugin functionality, I'm gonna assume. What about with inheritance subclassing a BP? The visualization in BP could be different in some form or another. It should be. I mean, at the very least, you should not be able to... I mean, yeah, let's create like a subclass of this real quick. And let's see what shows up here. So, end interaction. Hang on, end interaction. And then refresh interaction. Same fucking thing still. Same thing. So inheritance works for both of them in blueprints. It's the fucking stupidest shit I've ever ranted about. All right, I'm gonna continue hate reading this. Blueprint users can choose whether to call and when to call the parent C++ function. And yeah, I do that in several different places where I sometimes want to call the parent at the end or sometimes at the beginning. From a blueprint perspective, they are very similar. KKK. But wait, where did he say why he prefers one over the other? Oh, wait a second. I mean, that didn't happen for me. Yeah, that doesn't happen for me for either one, although this kind of... Middle, you can do it with both, though. There is a well-used paradigm in the engine for creating a blueprint implementable events that do have base C++ behavior. You can literally do it with both. But I guess it's like one requires you to create a default implementation, the other one doesn't, but you can just make an empty function. You can just make an empty function. I can literally do it in two key presses. The point I'm making is that is not beneficial at all, because now there is so much extra. It enforces you to create it. But if you can just leave it empty, it doesn't matter. Like, the complexity and confusion that this adds, like there's no... Like I said, I can create it in 2 key presses, so it doesn't even save time. It doesn't even save time. It saves... I don't see any confusion. Middle, I imagine you've been working in the engine for years and years and years. The confusion is these don't actually function any differently. And you don't even, it's not even clear as to when to use one or when to use the other, because they don't look any different from blueprints. And so, I mean, the confusion for me came in because, like, I have read this before, but I misremembered why they were different. I thought that they would actually be different and not just the same thing, basically. And so I thought, oh, because they're different things, one shows up as a function, one shows up as an event, because I have some of them show up as functions and some of them show up as events. And so I thought that was the difference, mistakenly. That was my confusion. And I mean, there is a cognitive overhead to working within a system, whether it's, you know, some sort of editor functionality or within code. I tell this, I preach this all the time to my fucking teammates. Choose one and only use the one you choose. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm gonna do now, but like, don't let the users shoot themselves in the foot, you know? Like, the only benefit that I've seen is what you say, in that one requires you to make a default implementation, which is like the smallest possible. It's not, I don't even see that as a benefit. Like, you can create that in 2 seconds. So I don't see that. And what you're doing is increasing the cognitive overhead of the person working within the system, making it less approachable and less accessible. And every single time you do something like this, where it doesn't provide, even if this did provide a small benefit, you're still increasing the cognitive load of the person who's working with it. You are now requiring them to know more things before they can use your things. Epic probably had a reason. I have a feeling that their reason was they did this one first, where it didn't allow you to have default functionality. I mean, but I guess you can. You can still shoehorn in the functionality. So I'm going to guess they developed one, and then they had a need for the other. Maybe users wanted it or something. And they couldn't change the existing one without breaking everyone. So they have two. This reeks of like legacy architecture. You know what I mean? You know when you like go through like some legacy code or legacy app and you're like, why the hell did they do this? You know, they didn't need to do this. And it's like, well, we couldn't break everyone else, right? And so it's like you have two things that like are almost the same. Tim Sweeney, you bastard. And this actually, this didn't even, he didn't even say why. He didn't even say why he prefers one over the other in this article. And the thing about boilerplate, like boilerplate is understandable. And when you abstract boilerplate away, that makes it less understandable. So I'm not always in favor of like doing fancy, clever things to remove boilerplate. Like I said, you have to think about the cognitive load of the developer trying to navigate the code base or the editor or whatever the system is. Sometimes it's not worth it to add something that you see as beneficial because it damages readability and understandability of the overall system for someone who's new or for someone who's trying to navigate or read, you know? Like, this list should probably be very tight. I'm gonna assume that a couple of other of these may be the same way. But I mean, it's probably more so the meta specifiers that are more so that way. But yeah, this list is already kind of long. And yeah, there are some of these that I haven't even seen. I hadn't seen sealed event. And like, why not just use static and final, which are already pre-existing conventions, right? So now, not only, I need to actually know two conventions to understand how to use this, right? I need to know the sealed event specifier and static or final. So once again, increasing the cognitive load of the developer. I feel implementable event makes things easier. It makes things so blurry when we hand things to BP limiting interaction between BP and C++. Makes things a lot safer in my mind. Maybe I have trust issues. So Gladius, I would agree with that. I would agree that that would be a benefit if in blueprints it said something about that. If these showed up differently in blueprints, if one had a parent call and one didn't, I would agree with that. I would agree with you. There is some benefit to being explicit about that to the people that you're handing it off to. But you still, like, Gladius, you still have to, I mean, it sounds like you're someone who works in the engine on a team. So you still have to talk to the people you're handing it off to and be like, hey, there's a default implementation for this. You need to call it, right? You still have to communicate to that to them. Whether or not you put native event or implementable event on here. I've changed all of them now, but I haven't rebuilt, so this is the old one. Or rather, this is the old one, but it doesn't save the blueprint developer from shooting themselves in the foot even, so it's useless. Like, you still have to do that, regardless of which option you pick. And I guess like you can look at the header file now and be like, oh, this has a C. But the thing is, like, there's a convention in the engine where you can define. So you don't even get that benefit. You still have to check, because apparently it's possible to put default functionality in the implementable event. And apparently it is a well-used paradigm. And Unreal Garden is like a popular website for this. Like, they have a Discord server that's very popular. And so I do like have faith in this. So, I mean, you don't even get that. Lets you change the defaults without changing the default for other functions. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean there, Joe. My brother, fellow software engineer here, really enjoying your live streams lately. Keep up the good work. Thanks. This has been a rant stream. I've been ranting for like 40 fucking minutes now. I'm trying to convince you all that there's no reason to have 2 of these. I'm right. I'm gonna go start a ferret rescue now. Anyways, the takeaway from this is, please be conscious when you're creating a system. Be conscious of the explicitity. You should apply Epic and fix it. Truck software. Odd, have I at least convinced you that there's no reason? Please, someone, please. Yeah, the takeaway, the lesson from this is, think about the cognitive overhead of the next person who has to, you know, the guy who gets hired after you get fired, right? Think about that guy. Yeah, we used to tell there is parent behavior to call. We just stopped programming this way. We just make things in a way BP and C++ have a stronger separation and avoid using native event, but it's not the best solution too. I agree. I admit it was confusing for me to learn the difference. It was confusing for me, and I've been working in it for 2.5 years, and I got tripped up by it again. I use implementable 99% of the time. My engine. No beep. Okay, I don't not want blueprints. Let me make that clear. I do want blueprints. I just want them to be better. I think the main 2 things that I would change is the back button functionality. I would make it to where you can have multiple rows of tabs up here. I would make it to where you can pin tabs up here. I would make it to where when you reopen the engine, the tabs stayed in the same fucking order. That's a huge one. That is so annoying. They need a target button right here. Like, look in Writer. So in Writer, I'm in the interaction interface. I can click this little target button and it goes to the file there. I need that, but when I'm in a function, I need to click that over. I need a little target over here so I can find it. That would be easy. And the back button functionality needs to be cross tabs and not just stay within the same tab. The undo functionality needs to stay within the same tab. And honestly, in the same view that you're in. Yeah, undo scope to the blueprint as well. Yeah, Odd, you know what I'm talking about. Because it's flipped from how it works in code. When you're in code and you hit the back button, you navigate across. I've been in this file. So if I click over here, here, I hit the back button, I move back in the files. Now, if I hit undo, I only undo things in this file because you want to see what you undid. You don't want some undo to accidentally undo something in some other file that you don't even know where it happened, which is what happens in blueprints. You need to see the undo. So the undo should be scoped to probably the function that you're looking at. Or at the very least, if you hit undo, it should switch to the tab where it undoes the thing and show you what got undid. And yeah, the back button is completely useless to me. Because usually I'll go back to some other function that I don't even remember being at. So yeah, I need better tab functionality. I need them to actually stay, like the event graph. Why is the event graph over here? Always put event graph and constructor on the left, you know, like keep them in the same order every time you open the engine. Even these tabs up here, these tabs all change order. They all change order every time you open the engine. Edit undo history is useful sometimes. In what scenario would you want an undo to happen in a file that you are not looking at, or in a blueprint that you are not looking at? That's because, like, the amount of times that I've undid something that I didn't mean to, and that I didn't even know where it happened, is so fucking high. And I have to go, like, discover that, right? And the undo does not match up with the back button, so I can't even back button my way to it. The edge case there, I sometimes work on 20 plus static meshes at once, changing DF properties, and sometimes I need to undo a string of them. But then you should just click on each file and then undo each one. Like, it's not that much more, you know? A new hotkey for local undo, which should be the default. Like, maybe Shift Z is global undo, right? Maybe, like, if you guys think that you need that functionality, fine, but it should not be the default. I feel like that's a very bad default. Shift Z can be your global undo. How about that? Tim Sweeney, I'm coming for your job. Okay, thank you all for sticking around for my rant. I'm upset that none of you agree with me that two of these is a net negative. I closed the window, but the two different versions of blueprint inheritance are a massive net negative, actually. In my mind, it's pretty substantial, but reconciling the two would be a nightmare. No, I think you probably just pop. I think to reconcile the two, you just take it off the stack, whatever's in between, you know? Actually, I don't know. You can maintain two different stacks, actually. You can maintain two different stacks. Sorry, didn't mean to see. You're good. You're good, man. No need to apologize. I think I need to apologize for getting so heated. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Let's get back to work. I'm actually upset at myself because I've wasted 45 minutes of my time talking about this. Serial killer. It's a buddy and me making a game, and he's creative versus technical. And I can see him hating your preferred method because it wouldn't be intuitive. My argument is that in its current state is more unintuitive. I mean, because of all the reasons I've already spelled out. Are you going to use an implementable event? Never. I am never going to use an implementable event now. Because apparently there is actually a way to provide that default functionality. So it doesn't even do what it's trying to be explicit about. Nor does it explain that in blueprints. For those two reasons, I'm out. Native events only. Native gang, rise up. Okay. The question is force as function though. Was that like it was probably like a meta thing. Right, where was force as function at? Or was it force function or something? Blueprint metadata force as function. Yeah, it's a meta tag. Okay. We're gonna force all these as functions, and that's another fucking annoying thing, man. Okay, I'm going back in. I will accept the two, like, for the original reason that I thought they were different. I thought one would always show up as a function. I thought the other would always show up as an event. If that's how they go, if that's how they change them to work, there is now a reason for them. But I know that's going to be controversial as well. Force as function. Y'all want to see how easy it is to create a default for these? You know, it really grinds my gears Monday. Yeah, it's grind your gears Monday. I should probably, let's like new line this. Also, in my tenure as CEO, I will put a line limit in the source code. Yes, line limits are coming, people. We have heard the people, and we will put line limits in the source code. And we will camel case. We will use camel case. Vote for my drong, CEO of Epic, 2028. That is my promise to you all. Okay, yeah, fuck it, send it. Why both if they look the same in BP? Exactly. We just didn't choose the same one to pick and use. I mean, I don't care which one you use. I'm not trying to fight about which one you should use. But I just want you all to agree that there should not be two of them. People, don't camel case. Wait, you don't like camel case, Adder? Is that what I'm hearing? I just mean in the code. Blueprints do whatever you want in blueprints. In the source code. Camel case. Oh, you love camel case. Okay. Okay, thank God. I was about to get on my soapbox again. I just put it away. Snake case sucks. Pascal case sucks. Pascal case is only for classes. Change my mind. I think it's beer and soapbox o'clock. Yes, at the ripe hour of 11 a.m. on a Monday. Lowercase only. Oh boy. Working in Unreal Engine feels like working in Java, where it's just like so old and so mature that there's like too many different ways to do a thing. And if you guys have ever worked at a company where, like, I've worked at 2 different companies, right? One of the companies, there was only one way to do anything. And then at another company, there were always multiple ways to do the same thing, and it was up to your preference as to which one you should use. Literally at Google, we have 2 different fucking versions of Git. Like 2 different sets of commands. Anyways. I am actually team only one way to do it at, you know, at a company or something. Because then at least, like, if that one thing has missing functionality that you need, you update that tool to have that, right? Because I feel like what happens in the latter is like you maybe create like a third option that has the way that works the way you want it to, and having multiple ways to do something means that your communication within the company is going to suffer, because now you can't just send things to other people and be like, hey, run this command. Hey, go to this tool, do this thing. They're like, oh, well, I don't use that way. And you're like, oh, well, shit. Okay, what's the equivalent of the way I do it? And I have to communicate to this person that does it differently in the different tool. You know, it is detrimental, I think. And I would actually, if I had to use one extreme or the other, I would pick the extreme of only one way to do things. And Java has that problem because it's such an old language. There are many different versions of the language. There's so many different ways to do the same thing in Java that it makes it really fucking difficult to work with. And it makes it it doesn't make it very accessible. It makes it less accessible. Because now you have to figure out, oh, should I be doing it the latest way? Oh, the latest, you know, version doesn't have all the functionality or whatever, like. Ugh. But yeah, it feels like that sometimes in Unreal Engine. Like it's an old engine. It's been around for a while. A lot of different versions, a lot of different ways to do things. Even within the same version, there's a lot of different ways to do the same thing. Ugh. I'm using snake case implementable events that call native events. Odd is the agent of chaos. Welcome in, Sovereign. Welcome into the need more war crimes. It's funny. Yeah, using lowercase only is a war crime. I do consider that, yeah. But Sovereign, welcome into the rant. Sovereign, have you been, how long have you been here? Please agree with me. Please agree with me. You don't, the engine does not need blueprint native event and a blueprint implementable event. Having two is worthless and actually detrimental. Okay. Yadan BDO, welcome in. Do you have gameplay yet for your sim colony? This is my dream to make a sim colony like the amazing cultivation simulator. I'm not familiar with that one, but I'm gonna say like, oh, hang on, there's an ad. Got him. Got him. Not really. There's not really that much gameplay yet. We're working on that. We're working on that. Okay, did I... Wait, hang on. I didn't check to see if I would lose... Uh-oh. Wait, they're still here. They're still fucking here. That didn't even work. That didn't even work. It doesn't even do it! Oh my god! What? He got away. He fell off my hand. He's dead. Oh my god. I'm a full believer that the engine needs to stop using private. Like, you're thinking protected only, or do you think that it just needs to do like the underscore? Because a lot of languages say underscore means private. So are you just saying like nothing is private at all, or we should switch to the underscore and protected? Because yeah, most languages don't have a protected specifier. Also, I think the friend thing is confusing. The friend keyword. Like, most languages don't have that either. Like, I feel like if you're using friend, you should... Using friend, it's an extension. It's a way to define extensions. And I guess I'm thinking of Dart right now. Dart does have extensions, but I don't think extensions are good. Public and protected. I could get behind that. Because in other languages, can you override private methods in subclasses? I don't know that I've actually ever done that. Or tried. I'm gonna guess it's not possible. Screw it, I'm going back to Unity. Did you start with Unity, Odd? But yeah, I would be fine with that as well, Sovereign, because usually... Yeah, usually I don't do... Having the 3 is, it's confused. It's like, when do I use the 3, you know? Okay, so here's my next bone to pick. Wait, now it's not showing up here. Wait, where is it? Where is it now? Hang on, undo. Okay. Okay, I can't even double click to the... Okay. I have refresh interaction right here. Okay, guys, help. Blueprint native event or says function. It is still an event. It is not a function. It should be showing up there. Refresh interaction. I can't do it as an event anymore. Wait, I probably need to compile. That's my issue, right? Yes, okay, I just needed to compile. Never mind. Okay, I was gonna say, it didn't even work, but it does. We're good. Crisis averted. It's always the compile. Like, if something doesn't work the way you expect in blueprints, try compiling. Try compiling. So you have to delete the event first. Yeah, you have to delete the event first. And then compile. Oh man, all these little idiosyncrasies. Okay, we're finally back on track, guys. Should I be sick today? I kind of feel like I should be sick, calling sick to work today. We just go fucking ham. I gotta make up for the lost time I spent ranting, right? It's only fair. My manager will understand. Let me see here. I can't make a PCG component child with a constructor because the parent uses private for the constructor. Oh my god, that is so annoying. Wait, so you can't do any constructor now? You can't create like a new constructor, Sovereign? If you can't create a new constructor, that is so annoying. Another thing I hate is how you manually specify the exports of a module with like the little macro that you put in front of the class or whatever, like the fucking yeah, like you have to put that thing in front of the class to export it. The number of times I've been trying to override some functionality and like the overridable function or something takes in a parameter that is a type that is not exported from the module, and therefore I can't even override it because I can't import the right class. I think you should rather have to explicitly hide something. Like, you should have to hide it. Like, everything should be exported by default, I think. But then I know there'd be some, they'd be like, hide, you know, they'd be like, hide. And it's like the thing I need. And it's like, dude, why did you make it virtual? Why did you make it fucking virtual? Also, can I say that other languages don't have the virtual function specifier? You can just override anything. Get rid of virtual. If you don't want it to be overridden, make a private implementation of it. Apparently Costco has Magic the Gathering Commander packs. Hang on, I gotta tell the boys about this. I'm being told by my girlfriend who is there right now. Almost 3 years hobby Unity. Interesting, odd. What, and how do you find the comparison between Unity and Unreal Engine? Odd, I'm curious. Protected should only be for function, variable should be private, and getter must be explicitly declare either protected or public. To me, parent classes should have a way their variable change. Okay, Gladius. Only immutable classes. Only immutable classes. Builder method always. I am a builder boy. Who knows about the builder pattern? Who knows about that pattern? Oh my god, when they don't have that, that drives me nuts. Oh, you're the export thing, Sovereign. Static mesh viewer desperately needs some basic updates. It's so easy to make new composite nodes and behavior trees, but 2 virtual functions are missing the API, so it just won't compile. Oh, dude. The fucking worst. Hi, Drawing. Yeah, I've been programming a long time and struggled to jump into 3D game dev as a solo developer due to the intense modeling and texturing requirements. And thinking of doing a 2D game similar to RimWorld. Hell yeah. I have a master's in computing. It's just the manpower, not the skill. Any advice? If you're talking about just like doing like modeling and texturing, I mean, I don't do any of that, my dude. I don't do any of that for my game. Like, this is all a placeholder. This is all free assets, one way or another. So if it's just the modeling and texturing that you're worried about, you could still do 3D if you wanted to. But the 3D math is more difficult, for sure. So I totally understand dipping your toes into 2D, for sure. But yeah, you can get, there's free for the week on fab.com for Unreal Engine. So if you go to fab.com, do I have these? Yeah, there's some free stuff out here. Like, look at all this shit. You can get it for free forever. Never pay for it. Although I probably should have grabbed a professional version of that. So you can do that, and then there's some super cheap assets on Humble Bundle as well. You can get like hundreds of assets for like 20 bucks. Yeah, Joseph, I wouldn't be too worried about the licensing. If you're sticking with Unreal Engine, you know, just, they're pretty straightforward about it. They're pretty straightforward about it. Unity was great on ramp. I agree. I used it a little bit too back in the day. But weak multiplayer support and no source code access secures it firmly in my past. Yeah, the no source code was rough. There were some, I remember having some bugs that I just could not figure out. Like, I just had zero information about it. I couldn't even debug it properly, you know? Humble Bundle sold, didn't know Humble Bundle sold assets. Yeah, there's like a software. Let me open it up right here. Humble Bundle. Yeah, so go to Bundles, Software right here. And yeah, there's like, here's an Unreal and Unity. So there's Unity assets too, if that's your jam. Like, I mean, 20 bucks and you get 75 items. And these are all like, honestly, pretty high quality, I say as the video is blurry as fucking shit. Yeah, I mean, they're pretty high quality assets. I mean, that can get you started. You know what I'm saying? Isn't Humble bankrupt? Oh, where did you hear that? I haven't heard anything like that. And there's a ton. They got different like styles and stuff, you know. Post-apocalyptics, Colony Sim, could be sick. Stylized, realistic, you know, they got all sorts of shit on there. Thanks, they look cool, yeah. For sure. For sure. Yeah, these are all free assets so far. Hi, I am back. Welcome back. Okay, anyways. So I think the humanoid NPC, I need to do some things here. See, I call parent right there differently. So compile, then we can override end interaction. Oh my god, the spaces. I hate that. I hate that you can do spaces and no spaces. And that's another thing I hate. Searching for spaces. Searching with or without spaces is different. That's another thing I hate about blueprints. Okay, where's the other one? Do I have another one? I think that might have been the only one. Yeah, that's the only one. Okay. Are the free assets used under Creative Commons attribution or just free to use? I'm pretty sure, from what I understand. I mean, I can find it real quick. They're limited time free, meaning they're only free for a limited time. I am quite sure that they're free forever. Like, they're like Creative Commons free. I'm sure you can search that somehow. But that was my understanding, is that you can just use them freely, right? Because you have like purchased them, Epic is just giving you a discount. I guess the only thing that you need to be careful of is you need to select the professional one. To make sure that like if you grow to that size, you can still have the right license, right? That's the only distinction I think you need to make. Humble Publishing laid off everyone. Oh, I see. Interesting. Free assets come with commercial use licensing. Anything on Fab Marketplace does as long as you pick the correct option. Yep, Drawn got it. Okay, yeah. I need to go back and make sure I do those. I'm gonna keep that tab open so I can do that later. I think I probably just grabbed the personal one for the last set of shit. Drawn got it right. Wow, I love those words. First time today I've gotten it right. Okay, what are we doing now? What are we doing? Thank you, man. Best of luck in game dev journey. Hey, you too. When you have a Colony Sim game to show off, let me know. I love Colony Sims. I love Colony Sims. Gamers will call the game an asset flip. Depends on the execution. A good game is a good game. It doesn't matter if it's an asset flip or not. A good game transcends all. Like, you can make a game look like shit. It can look like shit, but if it's a great game, players won't give a shit. You can make a game that's a complete ripoff of another game, but with a slight spin on it. Pal World. Gamers will love it because it's a great game. I have to keep telling myself that every time, like, I look at fucking like a Mortal Shell 2 trailer. I'm like, wow, my game looks absolutely nothing like that, and I'm jealous. But it's okay. I don't need it to look like that for it to be a great game. Adder's also a god. Okay, yeah. So what do I actually want to fucking do here? What do I want to do here? Do I want to continue enumerating on the capabilities? We did the refactor. And I do have the double. Yeah, let's do this. Where is it? Yeah, this distinction. So let's do the interaction text option. So this will be in the update widget or something. Also, I need to change the hotkey because Control P. I love that this modal is great. I need it to be double shift because that's what it is in Writer for the same thing. Also, I want to be able to search for functions. I want to search for function names. Can I just do? I guess I can just do Control F. So never mind. So I want like update widget or something. Update interaction widget. Yeah. I think that's what I want. Oh, I'm in the wrong class. Yeah, so this. Get interaction text, set interaction widget content. Okay, so I need an additional parameter here. What I'm going to do with this, I created 2 additional parameters instead of 1, and I deleted both of them because the engine is kind of laggy right now for some reason. This needs to be a user widget. Now, user widget, and this is main interaction option. Now, if this is valid, we're going to just set that. Set main interaction option. Set main interaction option text. God, the back button just fucked me up there again. Okay, so we're character base, interaction text. Why do those shift when I just pick one up? That's kind of annoying as well. Let's update this part before I forget. Get interaction option. Okay, pass that in. Dinnick, don't you dare. We're fucking back, baby. All right, Dinnick, hit me. Sorry to bring it up again, but since I never heard the adding an event implementation for a blueprint implementable event, is it a thing? And could it get it to work either? Does anyone actually used that before? I mean, it's from that Unreal Garden thing. They said it was a common, what do they say? There's like a common convention, or like a used convention within the engine. So I'm gonna guess somewhere in the source code they do that. Now, maybe you can make it virtual or something. Bingo. Bingo. Not, I mean, I don't know if this is Ryder saying it won't compile, because sometimes Ryder says things like, we'll put red on here, but it can still compile. I have had that before. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think you have to do something like this. I think this, because I'm pretty sure I've done this before. I think you do void thingo implementation. I think you do this. I think that's how you do it. I'm not 100% sure though. I'm talking about that the underscore implementation is called automatically as default, like it is for Blueprint native event. Is it called automatically? I don't think it's called automatically by default. I think you have to specify the call to the parent function for the native event. I mean, and the way I know that is because I do things like this, where I call the parent conditionally. If there is no, oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, if there's no BP override, yeah. So you're just talking about the inheritance part of it, yeah. I think it's something like this. I forget though. I feel like I have done it before, and I think it was when I was first trying to use these. I think I picked implementable event first, and I was like, how do I get a C++ version of this? And I think I did something like this. But I'm not about to rebuild and check that. I mean, that's the way you set up Blueprint native events. Yeah, but you see what I did here? Like, I specified the function, and I think you probably have to do virtual here. So I think this is how you shoehorn that in. I think. That's why I'm so confused about the article. Okay, we can figure it out. We can figure it out. Make sure everything is saved. Let's rebuild this and see what. Well, let me put like some base functionality in here. Well, UE log. Default impl. We'll figure it out. It compiled. It compiled. So we'll see if it actually calls the functionality. I feel like it won't. And so I guess we just go to the character base, right? Oh, I didn't make it blueprint callable though. Oops. Okay, so we'll have to rebuild again. I don't know, that compiled, but I'm thinking maybe that won't actually call the default. And I mean, does this even compile? Would that even, that might compile, I don't know. I mean, writer says it won't, but I don't always, that's not always right. Yeah, I should have made that blueprint callable to actually test it. With the thingo, event thingo. Non-default impl. I feel like I have shoehorned it in there somehow. But I guess you could probably look at the source code and try to figure it out. Usages. Okay, let's also usages. Maybe you can do like a custom thunk, I think, maybe. Because I know you can do the thunks in blueprints and you can like override that. Maybe that's how you do it. I guess I do use these somewhere. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I guess technically possible. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, though. Hello? Why is my delete button not working? Sir? Oh my god, I hate how, like, I change one thing in this interface. Oh my god, and there's an extra line there. Start it over. We're just gonna sit here and wait. We're just gonna sit here and wait. And what am I doing? I'm updating, yeah, the widget thing, yeah. And then we're gonna like deprecate this function, I think. I mean, maybe we can have both, although, again, two ways to do the same thing is not my preference, which is that exact pattern. I just know what I'm reading that back later and I've forgotten how the system works. Trying to figure out which one happens is going to be a pain. Okay, so character base. Bro, that's not even an event anymore. Stop it. Okay, update interaction widget. Okay, that's wired up. Open that guy, put him next. If this is valid, let's call a different function, or maybe let's just do it. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna update this, so let's make it the same here. We'll add the widgets, although this is the widget. So the interaction text box should really be Oh, it sets it on the main interaction option. Okay, I see. I see. Can I... What is the main interaction option? It is that thing. So I need to just basically replace that. Okay, so what do you blueprint experts prefer for like UI related things? Do you prefer like, should classes provide what widget they want to, like, I'm working on interaction stuff here. And so how I have it working is like the thing that is interactable can supply which widget to show. Because it could be like very different. Do you guys prefer something like that? Or do you prefer something like create some sort of set of options that is supplied by the interactee? Does that make sense? That question makes sense? I have no idea. I prefer someone else on my team handle the UI so I don't have to. The UI part isn't, I don't know, I don't see that as any worse than just working in blueprints specifically. But I'm kind of thinking like, it does feel a little weird to like build a piece of user interface on like whatever I'm interacting with, whether it's like a building or an NPC, and then that NPC like gives the widget to the HUD to display at a certain location. That feels a little weird. But I like how customizable it is. Like you can show anything easily. And I guess that's why I'm asking. Versus like just having a bunch of options that you give to the HUD, and then the HUD will handle what gets displayed therein. That seems a little harder to follow because then you have to understand what each of those options, like the more you want to do, that doesn't scale very well. IMO, at least for what I'm thinking. For simple cases, that sounds preferable. But for more like custom complicated cases, that sounds like you just get to a large list of options. Anyways. This needs to be a user widget. Of course, the back button doesn't work. What you doing today? Oh, we're just ranting. Just more of the same interaction system stuff. Okay, so this is where we'll check the is valid. You making a menu? Something like that. Okay, so if the interaction option widget is valid, we want to actually set, can I set the content of this, like set widget? Set tooltip widget? What is that? Oh, that's the tooltip on this thing. I don't think that's not gonna work. Set like I want like a set content or something. Or can I set main interaction option? No, I can't. So yeah, I think I need like a slot instead now to put it in. Where is slot? Named slot. Oh, it looks ugly as fuck now. Did you figure out the reason it crashed? It crashes all the time for a lot of different reasons. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, which scenario. I probably did. I don't remember. Okay, then we'll just have to, I guess we'll just have to mark it as like invisible or something. Is it actually going to take up that space if it's empty? I don't know. We'll see. So we're going to set the content there, and then we can set visibility to collapse on that one. And then that way we can like work on steadily updating. Okay, and then we set it to, I do collapsed. Yeah, I would want collapsed there. And I set it to visible whenever that happens, so that should handle that. And I guess interaction options thought we would want to set content to null here if we get to this case for now. Just to make sure. I mean, I guess we can do that unconditionally, actually. Although maybe I should set it, maybe I should set it to, collapsed, set visibility, just to make sure. Set visibility collapsed. Okay, this is messy. There we go. Roll the dice today for success, yeah. Drishtan, what are you building that is that big? What, Halcyon, what are you replying to? Are there replies on YouTube? I don't think so. Okay, let's make sure everything still works the same. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All still works. But now I guess I want to determine whether or not, because now we need to change it to like whether or not there is a widget is like whether or not it is interactable, I guess. Or no. And just whether or not it's shown. And so I need to change the I would need to change the interaction trace to not check for is interactable. Or I've already forgotten what I specified them to mean. Here's whether the object is valid for interaction by a given character. So that's like entirely. So if that returns false, we show nothing ever. Is that what I'm intending that to mean? Where are my notes at? It's whether interact should be called. It's not necessarily whether UI should display. Which is the distinction that I wanted to do. I was sure the failure was due to the was no other option or choices for the interactional choices to go to, like clicking A amounts to B choice disappearing and an action is taken or a new menu shown for new choices. I don't remember. I don't remember. Oh God, what did I, hang on. What did I fucking do there? I just pasted a lot of garbage. I just pasted a bunch of blueprint garbage. Since it was crashing a lot yesterday. Was it? I mean, it doesn't crash from blueprint work. So it wouldn't have been anything to do with the interaction options. Usually the crashes are from me doing background thread things for the ECS system. Sometimes it's just internal engine stuff. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be kind of hairy, actually, because, like, all the components or all the interactees are going to need to have logic for, like, should show UI, basically. And that lives within whether or not this returns a null pointer, you know? And I guess I would need to update that functionality. Let's put that there. Let's put that there. Let's put that there. Container. Dialog window can probably close for now. Okay, how do I want to do this then? I'll eventually want to get rid of that. It'll just be set content, I think. Okay, so I guess I guess I'm just gonna, let's do the building stuff. Let's just dive in. Okay, so yeah, this is a mess now. And so now is interactable is whether or not interact should be called. Well, first of all, we need to fix the interaction trace, because then that means, and let me also whether the object is valid for interaction by the character. So this is whether the interact function should be called. Change that. And then in the update interaction trace, I should no longer do that check. And instead I should get, so I'm using this to determine, like, because I call this every frame, but I don't want to update the widget every frame, so I'm using this as kind of like a guard for that. So we could do get user, get interaction widgets. But there's multiple interaction widgets now. So there's, like, we have the subtext options. We have the main text option. We have a subtext component. We have other interaction options. Should I just call it every, should I just call it every frame? What would, right now I have like this weird scale box, and so every time I add it, if I add it, it like kind of glitches a little bit. I forget why. Options, is it in the text box container then? Yeah, there's like a scale box here, and that, like, I have scale to fit X up and only stretches up. I don't know what I want to do. If I can fix that glitchy issue, because sometimes it just like flickers and stuff and looks kind of bad. If I can fix that, then I don't know, is there an issue with setting the UI, like a slot content every frame. I suppose I can just call this, and then for each one of these individual ones, I can check if it's not equal to the content. I can just check for equality. I don't know. Can you check for equals on an array? I guess not. So the interaction options would be potentially updated every frame. Is that an issue? Yeah, so we clear and then we add. Yeah, that would be kind of an issue. I mean, there's no way that that's like... There's not a cost to that. Creating UI interaction options every frame, that does not sound... I guess I could loop through them every frame and just check if the content is equal. And then do it. I generally try to avoid every frame at all costs for what it's worth. It adds up quick. Yeah, I have seen like creating widgets in the profiler. And when that happens, it's definitely not negligible, right? It's not entirely negligible. Events and interacts are what drives almost all of my content. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, like, the difference. The difference. Let me look at the interaction trace again. Where did that go? I'm already lost. So I'm checking if I get rid of the is interactable. If they go from interactable to non-interactable or vice versa. I would basically just need to make sure that the implementers handle that. Okay, so let's put this aside for a second. Yeah, because if it's invalid, we just go straight there. Because we're going straight there either way. Yeah, I do know that. So I guess we just need to update this to true. So it is going to work the same way. Should I make escape rather than... I don't know. I should make a back button, shouldn't I? Yeah, I mean, it's working so far. I've got a small problem. Up by the Whispering Woods, there's been goblin activity. Oh no. My experimental hunting snares were stolen. The expensive ones. What's so special about the snares? They're enhanced. I've incorporated some unique properties to them that, let's say, make them more effective at catching things or something. Oh, but you saw that one, actually. That one was flickering every time. But I guess let's check building now. So build. It did change, didn't it? See, now it's stuck. I'm stuck on destroy. Well, you see this flickering? Because it's updating every frame. And then that didn't update. Okay. I kind of feel like I need to do that. Actually. Oh, spare me. Spare me. Oh yeah, it's not updating every frame now. It's nice. How does this work? How is this working? So I guess we just never call the update function after something like that happens. And so what's happening here right now? We're getting false here. We have to be. But this is false. So yeah, that one should be empty, and then this one is also empty. When did that fucking get set to empty? How the hell does grid placement work? It's just math, really. Just math. I'm talking about like this, how it snaps. Like I have a free place in the grid snap mode. But yeah, there's a nice handy function called grid snap on the vector type that you can use. But you can also just do, the math isn't too bad. You can just look up how to grid snap. I'm sure ChatGPT knows how to. Or whatever your favorite AI flavor is. Google would know as well. Okay, so let's do that. Hang on. Okay, so we set again, well, because it got built into a new object. Yeah, and so when we hit destroy. Oh, I wonder if it never got, hang on, it never got set, did it? That's why. Unreal showing off how much easier blueprints are they? That is not an opinion I hold. I am much more efficient in C++ for the most part. Okay, so we set this here. This is true. Hit actor foundation C7. And so this should be true, right? And so we're setting the interaction trace, which I can't, of course I can't see it. There we go. The hit object handle, reference object. It is the... And where else do I set this then? Or force into interaction. So we never got to force end interaction either. Wait, I didn't even get to the... Where was it? This is what the organization of... Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, we had breakpoints on both of them, and I didn't hit either of them. Well, because we hit false there. Right. Sick Lego set. Yeah, you like the Eye of Sauron back there. Yeah, I like having the option for blueprints. I do like the visual interface. I like that option. I'm just more used to writing code, so I'm not as good at it. Love what you're making here. I'd love to help with beta testing when you need it. Yeah. Eventually I'll get to it. I hope to get to a point where I can let viewers play and stuff, you know? I think that would be a lot of fun. Still a long way away from that, though. Okay, let me set this case back up. So we go there. Shit, how am I gonna grab this condition? Because it was already, it's already set to fucking false here. So we set it, oh, we set it right there. Okay, I see now. This is on force end interaction. Okay, let's look at the call stack. Which we do because end interaction is called from construction effect. These OBS, yes. Do I need to be doing that anymore? Why am I calling end interaction? We would get to force end interaction. That's on, well, it's on cleanup interacting actors, which does make sense. I guess I should probably put... I update the interaction trace, but then we don't get here because they're already... Do I need that there? Do I need this here? I should call a clear interaction options. Yeah, when I end interaction from anything... I mean, I should probably just call the the update interaction widget, because I think that would clear the interaction options, because we would get a new hit. I wonder if I can just do set interacting with. That definitely needs to happen there. Wait, why am I only calling this if it's not valid? How do you set up the comments to come in? I use a plugin called, what is it called? It's like Stream Ninja Chat. Yeah, Stream Ninja Chat. Get that visual learning is more effective for me, if that makes sense. Yeah. I could take notes, but I feel like blueprints show off what the node does easier than functions and stuff. Yeah, I mean, you do have to learn a lot more to understand code. It's a higher barrier to entry. But once you understand the code, it's a lot easier in my opinion, it's easier to navigate and organize. And also, you don't have to like switch between keyboard and mouse all the time like you do with blueprints, so it's just faster in that way. Once you get to a higher level of understanding for it. And you can also do more with the engine as well. But yeah, I totally, that's why I like having the option, is because there are people who don't know how to write code or aren't as good at it, right? That's why I like the option. Friendly Creative Seal. Thank you for the follow and welcome in. Yeah, I guess if I don't have an interacting with. Wait, where does that get set at? Update interaction trace. I probably call that in the base class, don't I? Or I call that on like interact. Yeah, so if I have one, update the I mean, I should probably update it regardless. I feel like I should update it regardless. Let me try that. I don't think that's gonna do anything for this case. But let me just make sure that works with everything else. Hope you don't get stuck with another useless BP function. I appreciate that. I also hope that's true. Okay, I pressed destroy. Wow, that was laggy. Is that every time, or is that just something weird? Okay, I think that was just something weird. Okay, yeah, that did seem to be something weird. Ah, here we go. That's what broke. Okay, that's why I did that. Is interacting with false here? Is that what's happening? Oh, Jesus. Oh my God. It is set. But I guess it's the interaction options that is not set, right? But how did this wait? Well, how did this work before? Where else are you streaming? I stream on Twitch and on YouTube. Because all I did was check if interacting with was valid. And only if it's not wait a second. Only if it's not valid do I update the interact widget. That's what made it work. God, I feel like I would not be stuck on this for so long if I wasn't using blueprints. Yeah, see, now it works. Okay, so only if it's... And doing that just broke that altogether. Like, I want the menu to stay open when I'm not looking at him, if I'm still interacting with him. Yeah, and it doesn't stay open. It goes away. Oh, God. Yeah, there's just so many little tiny conditions here. God damn, man. Okay, so we'll keep that. I suppose that's fine. But we're gonna check if force end interaction, I can get rid of those. you walk too far away. It does not end if you walk too far away here. Oh, but I'm stuck on construct now. Okay. Wait, is that always the case? Yeah, that's always the case. Is that, did I just make that bug or is that an existing one? Oh, that one went away because he walked away. If I'm not looking at him. Yeah. Okay, is that a new one? Is that a new one? No. Okay, that's an existing one. Okay. And then do I even need to call this immediately? Because that should be executing every frame anyway. So I might not even need to fucking call that. Might not even need to call that. Let's test the building now. But yeah, this is where automated tests would help a lot. Okay, so now that one didn't change. Should I refresh interaction here? Okay, now that I hit a button, it did. Destroy. Okay, well now the destroy thing updates, which is what I was going for initially. So all I need to do is make sure that it gets updated. I'm not even convinced I need the update interaction trace there. Ah, it didn't update right there. Now if I have the interaction trace, does it? No. Did the refresh interaction options break that? Why? Go away. Stop. No, okay, so I guess that was always the issue. Is that what broke, or is that always the issue? That has always been the issue. Okay, so that's not new. What was is when I fully destroyed it. Yeah, it didn't refresh that. Nor that. Okay, so what sequence of events did I do? This was like the most right. Wait, what did I do to fucking get it to, was it this one? Was it that combo? Oh, that's from that guy building. I get what the... Wait, what did I have? What combination did I have where the destroy option went away? I literally, like, there was some combination I did here that did that. I thought it was that. Refresh interaction. That should reset. Yeah, that should be... Oh, and they're no longer... I forgot. They're no longer events. Interacting with... Yeah, we should update it regardless. So yeah, actually convert to pure cast there. It doesn't even matter. I think that might be the issue then. Oh, and that just went away completely. What do you say? That the Astro Blunt. Thank you for the follow and welcome in. Okay, that updated. Was I just looking too far away? I think I might have just been looking too far away. No, okay, so that didn't update. Okay. It's Joe. Welcome over, Joe. Welcome over to the purple side. Okay. What if we just did refresh interaction? Oh, who wants to be the 400th follower? We're at 399 right now. Thanks to the Astro Blunt. Okay, so that didn't update. That didn't update. Mom got home, so they're freaking out. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's the issue. Okay. Okay. All the followers are turning cogs alts. Strong implementable rage, yes. Strong rage. You're in the drawing pit now, bitch. $400 followers should equal another RimWorld stream. Did we like the RimWorld stream? I'm down to stream more of that. I am down. I will say that the viewership was not as high, but the people want it, I'll give it. Okay, so I think I can get away with not doing. Let's check them. I think I'm happy with what I have here. I think I need to change some other things, but I want to make sure this stuff still works. Okay. Oh, I could not. Okay, well, it fixed that issue, but interesting. I can't select when I'm not looking at him. What condition is this now? Wow, nice. Sick garbage collection, bro. Sick garbage collection. It was pleasantly unhinged. I honestly want to go back to Unreal. What did you switch to? Like a drawing After Dark RimWorld? Yeah, some beers in RimWorld is always a good time. That's like my... Y'all ever have like a... I don't know, like a cozy place where it's like you can always... It's maybe like a show you can always go back and watch, or a game you can always go back and play, and it's just a nice time. That's RimWorld for me. That's RimWorld for me. I can always go back to RimWorld. What did I fucking change? Oh yeah, I changed the comment in the interaction interface, so now we're rebuilding 25 things. From Unity. You're using Unity now. I can always watch TNG. Wait, what is TNG? TNG, let me think. How many books from the RimWorld's universe have you read? Oh, then I did think The Next Generation, but you didn't say Star Trek, so I didn't think that was it. Star Trek. Okay, is that how people refer to that? I'm not a Trekkie, so wouldn't know. I did initially think that. I just didn't think that applied. Sorry, I feel like, dude, with all the pirate software shit coming out, like, I keep, like, thinking about the things I say. I'm like, oh God, I don't want to come off like him. Odd, are you doing that too? I don't know. Odd, you're a lot more... I feel like you're a lot less abrasive than I am, so you don't have to worry about that. But I feel like I am kind of abrasive. Little more opinionated, maybe. I do the Picard maneuver at the gym all the time. I wished... Do you do it in the bedroom too? Show me. Pirate is social engineering. Yeah, dude, the master hacker with 3 brown badges from PoopCon. 2nd generation, but dude. He is getting so much fucking hate that he doesn't deserve, though. But he's not making it. He's not doing himself any favors. I do feel bad for him on some extent. But yeah, man, when you act like that, people don't like it. So kind of hard to. I feel very conflicted about the situation. You know what I mean? Where was I? Where was I? I was here. Yes. And I couldn't interact when I wasn't looking at the guy. So let's step through the interact function. Not yet, though. Not yet. So yeah, I can't... Okay, so what's happening now? Okay, can we just step forward? This is false. That makes sense. Oh, we get no interaction result here because the interaction is still happening. That makes sense, I think. So if I go to update interaction trace, we get here. This is gonna. So yeah, we're doing the trace every frame. Technically, it is different, right? So we get. It would have been different when I looked away. So hang on, I'll go here. I took a screenshot for no fucking reason. Hell yeah. We got here. That's false. So we're going to get here the second I look away. I think if I'm interacting with, I need to actually move this ahead, I think. Actually, probably move it ahead the whole time. What did he do? Oh, he did a whole lot of stuff. But I mean, he never did anything like that. I guess the worst thing he did was in a hardcore WoW, he roached on his team where he just kind of left them behind to fend for themselves. 2 people ended up dying. You know, is it kind of shitty? Yeah, but it's a fucking video game, you know? So not a huge deal. But he just kind of like, the way he talks, he just really misrepresents the situation, at least for the WoW thing. To benefit himself. And I don't think he does it on purpose. I think it's like a personality thing, like an accidental personality thing. And he just keeps doubling down. And instead of saying like something like, yeah, you know, I fucked up. I could have played better. There was so many things I should have done. I could have clicked Mana Gem. I shouldn't have fucking cast Mana Shield using up the rest of my mana. After I was like, look at my mana, what do you want me to do? And then casts Mana Shield to use up the rest of his mana while he's miles away from any kind of danger, right next to the exit of the dungeon. Anyways. But he instead of saying something like that, he said,
But we all played poorly. We all could have done things better. And so it's like, okay, that's not the point. I mean, yeah, of course, we always all can. But it's just like the percent of time he spends acknowledging his wrongdoing is like 1% of how he actually talks about it. You know what I mean? And then, so that's what started it. And then people started getting upset with him because he was like lying about figuring out puzzles in puzzle games on his own. Like he would spend a while looking at a puzzle, not figuring it out, look at his phone for 5 seconds and be like, oh wait, I figured it out. Or he would get up from his computer and walk away, come back, oh, I figured it out. And so that looks suspicious, of course. And people are like, oh my God, that's so stupid. Like, you know, and then the stop killing games thing came out where he has a massive platform, right? And he just entirely misrepresented the stop killing games movement, saying that stop killing games is about forcing companies to keep on live service games online, which is not even close to what they're fucking saying. And he's like, wasn't even apologetic about that because they got a lot of negative press from him for that. So he wasn't even apologetic about that. He's like, dude, that was 10 months ago. Get over it. Like, oh, you're blaming me for your, you know, fucking movement or whatever. And then, yeah, it just people keep. And I saw a clip the other day where like he didn't text his dad on his birthday. And like they were having a birthday dinner and he didn't come. And his dad was on stream and I guess they mentioned it. And he was like, yeah, well, I haven't texted you since, so it technically doesn't count or something. And I was just like, oh man, that's kind of sad. So yeah, he's getting put under a microscope. And I mean, I'm sure if you clipped a lot of the shit I said, like that rant I was doing this morning, I'd probably sound like, I mean, long story short, he's just kind of arrogant. He's just kind of arrogant and he doesn't acknowledge his own shortcomings very well. That's my takeaway from it. He really struggled to say, sorry, I let you down, team. I mean, the thing is, he kind of did. He just didn't do a very good job at it. And then he spent 10 times the amount of time defending himself. Like, if he just said, sorry, I let down the team, and then didn't say anything else, that he probably would be fine. But the thing is, like, he's like, sorry, yeah, we all could have played better, but paragraphs of sentences about everyone else doing something wrong, right? The internet dogpiled him in spectacular fashion. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and like people are giving him death threats and like talking shit about his ferret rescue and stuff, and that's just like shitty as fuck. Figured someone could give me a TLDR later when shit simmered down. It's so it keeps going. I thought it. He has a pride problem. Yeah, it sounds like it. He even went on Healthy Gamers channel, which is like this guy, he's like a therapist. He's like a legitimate therapist. He's got a degree and he's licensed or whatever, or at least at some point he was. He went on this guy's podcast and this therapist tried to get him to see what was wrong. And I watched the whole thing because my girlfriend's, she's in psychology. And so we, you know, overlap there. So we watched it. And yeah, he kept just saying like, the therapist guy, he kept trying to say, Dr. K is his name. Dr. K kept trying to say like, he's like, look at the way that you're saying that. Look at the way that you're phrasing it. Everything you say sounds very like absolute, as if, you know, and he's like, but that's what happened. Why would I misrepresent it? Why would I just try to placate people? You know? And so I don't really think he's doing any of it on purpose. I think it's just kind of how he is, you know? And I think it comes with being someone who's very technical or analytical, because I feel like I'm that way sometimes too. Where I don't how do I say this? I don't cater to like the emotional side of social conversations. I feel like that's probably why I'm kind of antisocial. And I just focus on like the absolutes or like the discrete parts of social communication. So I think I saw a little bit of myself in it, but I don't think I'm quite that I think I can acknowledge nuance a lot better than Pirate Software can. At least I hope. I fucking hope. Implementable or not, add or get the fuck out. See, at least I can joke about shit like that, you know? He would be like, all right, congrats, you're on the list, you know? Banned. Yeah, you'd all be banned if I were Pirate Software right now. That's the influencer way, double down on the horrible tape because admitting wrong is weakness. Dude, there was even a clip that came out, he's like, someone asked him if he made an apology video, and he's like, why the fuck would I do that, or some shit like that, you know? I forget what he said, but it was not also another bad take. He's in too deep now to admit anything. And I think he's right. Wait, you think Pirate Software is right? People's code reviewing Pirate Software and from the code he showed on stream. Yeah, I mean, that's just clout chasing at its finest. And I get a little bit of ribbing. Like, I've seen some of it too. And like, yeah, he doesn't actually do any coding on stream from what I've seen. It's a lot of config file things. If he does coding, it's very little, right? Talking about Pirate Software. Yeah, Turning Cog wanted a rundown of what happened. It's way more petty BS than I'd assumed. Yeah, it is pretty petty. I mean, people just don't like him, so they're putting a microscope on him. Long story short. We're on the list now. Yeah, you're all banned. Every single one of you. All right, back down to 50 followers. We love to build people up, then tear them down. I mean, I don't think it's anything. It's not anything intentional, right? It's just kind of what happens when you get more popular. You get more eyes on you. People start digging shit up. I'm sure the same thing to varying extents would happen to anyone, and it's just up to how you respond to it at that point. And you can either be like, oh yeah, I was kind of arrogant in that situation. I shouldn't have done that. You know, then it literally doesn't fucking matter. Like, you don't have to make a big deal out of it, right? You just have to acknowledge the nuance, I think. At least that's how I see it. Spend more time acknowledging the nuance, acknowledging your own faults instead of defending yourself. I'm not saying you can't defend yourself or you shouldn't at all. Because that Pirate Software's whole thing was like, when he was talking to Dr. K, he didn't understand that he shouldn't spend so much time defending himself. He's like, well, why? People are misrepresenting the situation. Why wouldn't I clarify it? I'm just like, well, dude, you clarifying it is you talking for several minutes about why you're not wrong, rather than just like being like, yeah, I didn't act perfectly there, but that's not the full story. Like, if you just said something small like that, I'm sure it would have been fucking fine. I watched some video of people reviewing his code and the security measures he made for his games. Now they're going insane on it. He did anger, yeah, a lot of people apparently coming out of the woodwork to hate on him. Which the only reason I'm so dialed into it is because he's like in the same space that I am in game, streaming and game development. Although, like, he's not doing a whole lot of game development on stream now anyways, but that's the only reason I'm so dialed into it. Usually I don't give a shit about this kind of stuff. And I also love watching hardcore wipe videos. Like, those are always fun to watch, right? You can be arrogant only if you have something to back it up. I don't think so, because he does technically have points to back up the things he's saying. I don't think that's true. I think you can't spend that much time defending yourself. Like, the percentage of defending yourself to acknowledging the nuance needs to be different. Dude does not have any experience in coding. I don't think that's fair to say either. We don't know what he does off stream, Maybe he just can't code live, and I 100% get that. Like, if you've ever studied for a leak code interview, I know you know what I'm talking about here. It sucks, man. Coding live sucks. Like, I have been writing code for fucking 10 years. So I've done many interviews and I've gotten very used to it. Thank God. And some people just struggle with that. And that's totally fine for him to not want to do intense coding on stream. I get that. But yeah, some of his coding patterns I've seen do maybe indicate that he's not using the best practices. But you know what? How many fucking times have you guys seen me say shit like look, I have a file called my generic utils. Like, if I tried to check this in, my team would eviscerate me. So I don't always use best practices either when I'm working on a project alone, right? Like, I have so many, I need to split this out. This file is begging me. Look at this. Look at this. This file is begging for death. But see, that's the point. He doesn't, like, instead of saying something like that, like what I just said, he responded to that code review video and he was like, oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, you never worked in Game Maker Studio. And then he totally misunderstood what a magic number was. Because the guy was like grilling him about using magic numbers, which are when you just use some literal constant. I don't know if I have any examples of it. I probably use them somewhere too. Or you just have like a literal constant, and you shouldn't use the literal constant if it means something. Like you should put it in a variable somewhere that has a name, so that it's more explainable as to what it does and why it is that value. He didn't understand that, and he thought the guy was talking about like his sprites. And it's like, no, it's not. I don't know. It was he missed the point. He missed the point. Instead of just being like, yeah, I don't always use best practices, you know. I don't do intense coding on stream because I don't like it. You know, he could have just said some shit like that. Most of us are doing not the best practices. Yeah, I mean, when you're working on free time shit, fuck it, you know? That's my feeling. I don't want this to turn into a job where I have to worry about that all the time, you know? Just having fun. And yet, do I shoot myself in the foot? Yes, I do. A lot, actually. That's part of the fun. That's part of the fun. Best practices are for non-game devs. Have you seen game dev code bases? Yeah, it's quite a different world. I will say that. And I know like some of the best practices I do in like web development stuff, I've thought about it. I'm like, you wouldn't want to do that in a game dev, you know? Yeah, I got loads of crap I'm doing this just to get the thing there. Yeah, just make it work, right? Self-awareness is very rare, yes. Among the human race, yes. And intelligence is incredible at rationalizing behavior after the fact. Yeah, I mean, it's just like that. That's the cognitive bias, right? The cognitive dissonance. I think that's what it's called. See, I say things like that. I'm like, I think that's what it's called, right? Pirate software needs to talk like that. Like, I don't actually, I'm pretty sure that that's what that's called, cognitive dissonance, but I might be wrong, so I'm acknowledging the nuance. He needs to do more shit like that, because the way he talks is so definitive and absolute, and that there is no wiggle room for anything, and he's not accepting that he can be, he can be wrong or incorrect, or, you know, maybe not even that. He's just accepting that his perspective is the only one, right? Anyways, enough talking about pirate software. I do respect him for some things, you know. I respect what he's done with the company, and the ferret rescue seems like a good. He's probably 3 ferrets in a trench coat, maybe more, but at least 3. You can't convince me that he's not 3 ferrets or more in a trench coat. But what he's doing with the ferret rescue sounds like a general good thing. Apparently, he was involved with the creation of the software and game development section on Twitch, so I'm appreciative of that. You know, I'm sure he's brought in a lot of people to the software and game development section on Twitch, which is great as well, you know. I think that's a big part of how he presents himself. Yeah. Yeah, he kind of presents himself as the authority on a lot of things. Without realizing he's coming off that way. And not even a professional therapist could get him to see that. It's only 1 session, though, so there's more work to be done there. He needs more work. Okay. I have to go to meetings soon. I feel like I've done nothing this stream. It's interesting that his dad's a career game dev, 20 years at Blizzard. Yeah, he was the cinematic director, if I'm remembering correctly. See, there's another thing. If I'm remembering correctly. You should say that. I should just give him a cheat sheet. Hey, always say one of these things after you state a fact. After you state a fact, say, if I remember correctly. From what I understand. Something like that. I think that would actually fix a lot of the issue. Quick, guys, help my project drawing pivot topics. Humble cheat sheet, yeah. Yeah. The humble cheat sheet. That sounds not very humble. That actually in itself sounds kind of arrogant. Okay, what was I fucking doing? I think I need to do if I'm not interacting with someone, I need to do that. So hang on. Wait, but this had an impact on whether or not the options were shown. I mean, let's just fucking see what happens. Only do it if we're valid. I think I'm gonna break some other piece of functionality here. Well, yeah, I guess that I don't know why I don't know what I thought would happen. I don't know what I expected. Of course that's not gonna work. Because yeah, we're not gonna be fucking interacting with something the entire time. Yeah. Yeah, that's how you interact with something, is you need this to happen first. What is this? Oh my god. What button did I fucking press to do that? I hit like F12 or something. Can we get an emote of the face keyboard, dude? What, just a straight face? Or yeah, or do you mean the, like a high one? Just a straight face Mydrong? The key smash. Oh, the face down, like a face palm type emote? Yeah, maybe. To reach back out to my Fiverr artist. Great work, dude. Thank you. Welcome in, Peaceful Horizons. What was I trying to fucking do here? Get that out of the way. Face down. Yeah, you want a face down, ass up emote? I don't know if you guys can handle that. Oh my god, what did you put in here? The dumpy, there's a lot of dumpy emotes on Twitch now. I'm not mad at it. I am not mad at it. Okay, so this is the scenario that's broken right now. This is the scenario that's broken. It's broken because I forgot. I just figured out why it was broken. If I did a dumpy emote, I think it would be Moxie's. It would be Moxie's dumpy. Whenever you hear barking in the background. Would you trust Udemy game dev classes or YouTube game dev classes? I guess I don't really look at it as to whether or not I can trust a class. I don't take classes. There have been things that I found on YouTube that were useful. It's just like, is this useful or not? I guess does this, like, I don't take courses or classes or follow tutorials. I just find I just search for whatever I need to get to figure it out, you know? Based on whatever project I'm working on. So it's more so just like, does this solve the problem I'm currently experiencing, or does this tell me what I need to know to continue? So you should not trust anything other than results you personally generate that meet your goals. That is a nice, succinct way to put what I was trying to say. Thank you, Adder. Yeah, that. Listen to Adder. Yeah, I've never paid for knowledge apart from my 2 years of college that was mostly gen eds. And then I dropped out. It's true, but as a start for anyone, would one pick YouTube or pay for a class as a start? There's no one answer for everyone. Like, it all depends on you as a person and what you find the most useful. I would encourage, like, everything that I have learned has been for free on the internet. So you do not need to pay for a course, but some people may find it easier to have more structure. Honestly, I kind of think paid courses shouldn't exist almost. I mean, I guess it's a nice way of curating things, so you just by default have to put more effort into it, but like, I feel like people should just put their courses on YouTube for free and make ad money off of it. Like, I think that should be I understand that's probably not as profitable, but I don't know. Like, for me, like I said, everything I've learned has been for free on the internet, so I'm not going to lock any of the knowledge that I've figured out from other people for free behind a paywall. That feels weird for me. That feels weird for me. I'm also not creating free blog posts or YouTube videos though, so that's not, I'm not exactly the paragon of morality. Guess I can do both. Yeah, I mean, try the for free option, and if that's not suiting your needs, then pay the money. That would be my suggestion if you're a structure kind of person. But brutal honesty, if you need strict class structure, game dev is going to be a tough career path. Yeah, programming and game dev in general, like you need to figure out how to teach yourself. That's going to be your most valuable asset, right? Like you can't wait for people to tell you how to do something. You got to be able to figure it out on your own. And I think it was Turning Kong who said, like, you just have to figure out how to ask the right question, right? You have to figure out the right Google search, that kind of thing. I don't use YouTube documentation forum, but I always try those things for real. I don't simply assume things are true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, how else would you? I mean, you're just assuming things are true and then not doing anything with it, I guess would be the scenario. Yeah, what am I doing here? I want this to... I want this to do what? What do I want this to do? So we're gonna go here. And then we're not gonna get there. We will not get there. Do not come. We will get here, I believe. Will I get here? You are awesome. Thank you. You're awesome. Where else do I want a breakpoint? Do I care about this? Let's select target mode. I think that's all I want. Famous words, do not come. Such a good meme. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna happen because I started building. Now we got here, and so refresh interaction. We will update the interaction option widget, which we have. No, wait, what? Hang on, what? We didn't get there. Huh? Oh, we hit this. Oh. Because it wasn't a valid interface. Because I am not interacting with it. So I guess I need to do refresh interaction after update interaction trace. But refresh interaction only works if I have the interacting with is set. Should I do the trace hit result there instead? I think that would actually be more useful. Let me try that. So hang on, that's the old way. Keep that around. Trace hit result, where are you? Get interface from hit. Okay, try that. Came to almost the opposite of structure. That's a funny take. But I don't know squat about how to make a game. I'd be happy just achieving making a Flappy Bird game. I would start with something like Godot or Unity for a 2D game. I would think Unreal Engine's a little heavy-handed for that. But yeah, I mean, the first thing you'd want to search for is like how to, you know, how to make. I mean, I would probably just start by reading the Unity or Godot documentation, just like whatever the overview docs are or whatever, you know, like there's some like usage docs or something. Not like they don't read the API reference, right? But just learn about the general concepts of the engine, and then you'd want to be like, hey, how do I make a game object move? You know, how do I make a 2D platformer? There's probably tons of tutorials on that, right? Yay, it did it. Yay. It did it. Also, I don't know if I'm saying that right. I heard Pirate Software call it Godot. And now after all this controversy, is it actually Godot and he was just being wrong about it? I should double check. Am I saying that right? I don't actually know. No one's corrected me yet, though, so. Okay. Make sure these all work. Yeah, that works. Most people call it Godot, not Godot. It's Godot. Godot, Godot, or Godot. Like avocado. Avogadro's number. Yeah, I still can't select when I'm not looking at him. That stays up. Okay, so we still have one. It's Godot. Okay. Why do they pronounce it that way? Whenever I read it in the past, I thought it was Godot. There are plenty of Go Duders if you get stuck, yeah. The Go Duders. Bro, use Advanced Locomotion System V4 for character movement. That pack is awesome. Oh my god, I am about to blow your fucking mind. I'm about to blow your mind. You want to know what I'm using for movement? The C++ version of that very plugin. The C++ refactored and replicated version of ALS v4. Completely reworked and improved C++ version of the very thing you just told me to use. Wow, isn't that crazy? Turns out these models are from ALS. Oh, it's French, that's why. Make sure you have the heavy bass voice mode on. Yeah, people are ribbing him about his voice, but I don't think his... Like, haven't we heard him not on his own mic? Like, he just got a deeper voice. I don't think... People are giving him shit about that. I mean, that's like... Who gives a shit, man? Put a little bit of bass on your voice if you fucking want to. I don't care. Like... There's Ragdoll. I have physics stub stepping on, so it looks kind of bad. But yeah, there's Ragdoll. Yeah, so let's figure out what's happening. So I get here, and yeah, I guess we're setting the interacted with to false. Let me remind myself about that. Update interaction trace. So I imagine we're setting that to false. Here. Heard him live, not as deep as he perceives himself to be. I put a little bit of bass on mine too, I think. Hang on, let me find it. Yeah, there you go. I put a little bass on there, but it's like it's not that different. Like it's not that much, right? It's a little bit. A little bit. I don't know that you can change it that much without it sounding like really fucking weird and bad. Even Odd put some bass on it. Yeah, put a little fucking mustard on it. Make it enjoyable for the viewer, listener. You put a little bit, isn't it heavy as Barry White effect? I mean, like I said, like who cares? Who fucking cares? I believe he did go through like a second puberty or whatever he talked about, because his voice before was like way fucking different. Way fucking different. Is it easy to ragdoll to character in Unreal Engine? I didn't implement that, so I wouldn't know. That came out of the box in ALS v4. So you can look into the ALS v4 plugin if you just want an out of the box solution for that. Oh god, second puberty. So you don't believe that? Is that a thing? I mean, listen to his old videos. His voice sounds so fucking different. That was the worst thing I've heard him spew out as a thing men go through. I mean, I don't think it's a man-only thing. Listen to his old, he's got an old video. Like, he's got an old video where his voice is very high-pitched. And not like you would know. you would know, like you said, you've heard him live. His voice isn't as deep. Okay. But it also doesn't sound like what it used to sound like. So yeah. He probably went through some sort of second puberty. And yeah. I haven't actually Google searched it. Only some women have something that can be called second puberty. Okay, oh my god, fine. Oh my god, fine. We'll fucking settle it. That's an AI generated result. So is second puberty real? Healthline. Your body continues to change. These age-related changes are sometimes called second puberty. It's not actually puberty though. Second puberty is just a slang term that refers to the way your body changes in adulthood. So yeah, I mean, it's a slang term, so it can happen to men, or I assume women as well. Bro, people's voices can change. Like, your grandpa doesn't sound like he did when he was fucking 20. People's voices change as they age. That's not a controversial fucking take. I feel like this is my fault because I asked about the BS going on. No, it's not your fault. It's mine. I could easily choose to not engage with it. I guess I'm just feeling very procrastinating today. He changes the story anyways. He once said he had an operation. Now it's puberty. To be honest, I don't even care. Yeah, I don't care either. Maybe he wasn't being very clear. Maybe both happened. Maybe he got an operation on his voice because he's talking all day, and that doesn't do good things for your voice, it turns out. So he had to get a surgery. Maybe he also had his voice drop. Yeah, his voice thing is such a weak, like, hate-fueled fucking criticism of. There's no shortage of things to criticize him on. The voice is a stupid one. Yeah, so we're getting here. Yeah, because this is happening. If I'm interacting, I guess maybe just on the, so we are setting the interaction trace result. I guess if I am interacting with someone, maybe I should move this before. I think that's what I said. Only update it if I'm not interacting with someone. We'll swap them. Let's make sure this still works. That looks good. Destroy, that's good, I think. Ah, shit, I hit F12 again. Don't hit F12. I don't know what that does. Don't hit F12. That's a bad button. Maybe one of the ferrets in his trench coat changed the overall tone. Yeah, I know. Maybe he added more. He's amassing ferrets. I think he's got a very ferret-driven agenda, too. It's very suspicious, I'll say. It's very suspect. I think he's amassing a ferret army. That's what we should be talking about. His voice, you know, roaching, you know, fuck that. Yeah, you know, if I was a bunch of ferrets in a trench coat, I probably wouldn't be that good at WoW either. But I'm not a ferret in a trench coat, so I don't know. It's got to stink. Ferrets have a uniquely terrible smell. He's said that if you feed them like a certain diet, like their like natural diet, their raw diet or something, that they don't actually smell that bad. And like the reason they smell is because people feed them like kibble type diet, like processed diets. But you know, maybe he's misrepresenting that. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not a ferret, couldn't tell you. Okay, this is working now, though. This is working perfectly. Okay, so I did get some things today. I did get some things done. He can build. He can build. He doesn't do any animations, but he builds. He just doesn't stop building. He does not stop building, so it gets very laggy. I have to destroy it. Now he stopped. Gladius, thank you for the follow, my brother. Thank you, thank you. How long you been in Unreal Engine? A little over 2.5 years, approaching 3 very quickly. He keeps trying to interact with with a building that's not there. So we have some work to do, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I had a buddy who had some ferrets as a friend too. Yeah, I don't remember the smell being that pleasant. Regarding this, a friend of mine had a ferret also, had a trench coat and one of those fedora hats. Were you friends with Pirate Software as a kid? I'm a Unity user, Unreal Engine system way too different, hard to figure out. Yeah, there's a big learning curve for Unreal Engine. It's kind of like Scala. So there's a big learning curve for Scala, but once you know it, it's quite nice. Okay, so for the most part, interaction system working well. Yeah, I have to go to a meeting soon. I have to... Oh, my cursor didn't change. Oh, that's a problem. My cursor didn't change. Hang on. Okay, what was that scenario? It was probably when I was, like, constructing target or something. Well, it changes when... Was it when I click on it, it doesn't go away? No, it went away there. Okay, stop. Stop that. How do I get to that scenario? How did I get to that scenario? I'll have to pay attention for that one. Seems you made a lot of progress from what I've seen in the last month. Have I? I feel like I haven't. I feel like since I started trying to do this area thing, I feel like I've done like very little progress. Like this was good. I had 2 days of good progress making this fucking algorithm, and then it's just been like stupid interface bullshit or interaction bullshit since then. I'm not super happy with my progress over the past week or two. My friend wasn't Pirate Software. Well, ferrets have a different lifespan. And, you know, a trench coat full of ferrets is kind of it's an overall system that may live longer than its individual parts, you know? Kind of like pyrosomes. So, maybe he just kept replacing his ferrets with trench coat ferrets. Sir, I've been meaning to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Yeah, I don't know how I got into that scenario where my cursor was wrong. Oh well. Okay, I need to hop off. See, it was online. It was doing the stream. Let's see. We got Mad Chirpy. We have Boom. Oh, Pirate Software is in game development right now. Should we raid Pirate Software? Maybe not. Maybe not. First Crimson as well is online. I'm kind of feeling Boom today. Kind of feeling like seeing what's up with Boom. I don't think I've rated her in a while. If you raid into that guy, I'm leaving. Okay, you can do whatever you want, man. But yeah, I'm not gonna raid Pirate Software and his 5,000 viewers. We're gonna go Boom, I think. We're gonna go Boom. So yeah, as always, thanks everyone for hanging out. I'm gonna go to work now. Probably work for the rest of the day. So pray for me. Or one out. You know. Hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. GG's.